Now, a commonly asked question is electric current a scalar quantity or a vector quantity? Is electric current a scalar quantity or a vector quantity? Why? Why doesn't follow vector laws of addition? So why does it, I mean, can you give an example? Yes. So is current a scalar quantity or a vector quantity? The answer is scalar quantity. The question is, why is current a scalar quantity? So addition, explain. How would you say it does not follow addition? So, so please write a statement. So the reason that is generally given is this only. They'll give it in this manner. So if this is 3 amperes, this is 2 amperes, this is 5 amperes. So often in books, it is given in this manner. This particular example is not given, but even in NCERT, the reason that they've given is it does not follow vector laws of addition. But I feel the actual reason is slightly different, but let's first write the reason that they've given. Electric current is a scalar quantity electric current is a scalar quantity since it does not follow laws of vector algebra. Since it does not follow laws of vector algebra. So this is the reason that they've given in the NCERT. So if it comes in the exam, we'll mark it as the reason. So generally it is mentioned in this manner. This is current in this branch is 3, this is 2. So if I add these two quantities, in that case, it does not follow law of vector addition. This is just scalar addition that we've already seen. But what is the meaning of current? Current is always defined with respect to a cross-sectional area. So what is the meaning of current? So across any point of the wire, if I cut the wire, if I take a cross-sectional area of the wire, so current is always defined with respect to an area. What is the meaning of current? Current means Q positive minus Q negative, or if I'm writing mod basically, upon time. So current basically means across any area. So suppose there are charged particles moving across this area. If there is some positive charge moving in this direction, some positive charge moving in this direction, some negative charge moving in this direction. Now, what is the meaning of current? The current is generally defined as the total charge, the net charge which has passed the cross section per unit area. So current, you cannot define current at a point. Current at a point generally has no meaning. So so basically if current at a point has no meaning, there is no meaning of resolving the current. Now we define a vector quantity which is called current density, that we'll study later next year. Now this is a vector quantity, this is defined at a point. So current is generally defined as the net charge. So what does the direction of current tell us? The direction of current tells us basically if I'm calculating the charge that has crossed in this direction. If it is positive, then I treat the direction of current in this manner. If this is negative, I treat the direction of current in this manner. So what does the direction of current tells us? Basically, what am I calculating? I'm calculating the net charge which has passed through a cross section. If in this case, if I'm calculating in this sense, if it is positive, we say the current is in this direction. If negative charge, net negative charge is moved in this direction, we say the current is in the opposite direction. Now, if it comes in the exam, we'll mention it in this manner that it does not follow laws of vector algebra, which is in a way correct. I mean, if it is a scalar quantity, it won't follow. But what I meant to say was, in this case, what is even the meaning of adding them? Basically, when we define current for a cross section, so that which cross section am I writing? Which area, which exact cross section am I taking? What is the meaning of adding them? So basically, what is the meaning of adding, when we are defining current for a cross section, what is the meaning of adding this, this, and this? So current at a point, so the current is generally defined for a cross section. So if it comes in the exam, we'll treat it as, I mean, it is a scalar quantity. The reason we'll give it as, it does not follow laws of vector algebra, which is correct. So generally, how do we represent vectors? We represent vectors with an arrow sign above it, that is the symbolic form. Sometimes we don't even place an arrow, we just place a bar out of laziness. So A with the arrow sign or A with just the bar represents a vector. So graphical representation is an arrow. So please write a statement for this. The length of the arrow represents the magnitude and the arrow points in the direction of the vector. The length of the arrow represents the magnitude and the arrow points in the direction of the vector. So if you have a force, say this is 20 newtons due east. So in this case, and if you have another force F1, this is F2, this is 10 newtons due north. So basically the length of the vector represents its magnitude. So if this is the F1 vector, what will the F2 vector look like? So it will be pointing towards north. If this is east, this is north. The length of the vector will be half of the length of F1. So scale, we can choose any scale. We can draw it for any length. So we'll have to define a scale. 1 centimeter corresponds to 1 Newton. 1 centimeter corresponds to 2 Newton. But whatever scale we've decided on, if this length is 10 centimeters, this should be 5. If this is 20, this should be 10. So the length of the vector represents the magnitude and the arrow points in the direction of the vector. So this is east, this is north. These will be the vector graphical representations of the vector. Is this clear? How is that? If this is north, this is east, this is west, this is south. So what was the first vector? It was due east, 20 Newton due east. So 20 Newton is the magnitude, due east means towards east. So this is pointing towards east, the length will represent the magnitude. So you can choose any scale, suppose you say 1 centimeter is equal to 2 Newton. So in this case, what should the length of this? If 1 centimeter corresponds to 2 Newton, I mean this language is incorrect. If 1 centimeter corresponds to 2 Newton, this length should be 10 centimeters. The point is whatever is the length of this vector, the length of this vector should be half. This is 20 Newton, the magnitude of this force is 10 Newton. So this length is, whatever this length is, this length should be half, the magnitude is half. The length represents the magnitude. Now, if these are the directions north, east, west, south, which is the vertical direction in this case? Which one will be the vertical direction in this case? No, where will be the vertical direction in this case? So vertically upwards will be which direction? It's relative means in what sense? It depends on what. There's a specific definition for horizontal. So in this case, so there's a specific direction of vertical in this case. What do you mean by relative? I didn't understand. There's a definition for vertical. So this I had explained earlier as well. So how do we define the vertical direction? What is the definition for vertical? So now, assuming the earth to be a perfect sphere of uniform density, and the earth is neither, it is not a perfect sphere, nor is the density uniform. But assuming it is a perfect sphere and it has uniform density, even if it is not a perfect sphere, we can still define the vertical direction. How is the vertical direction defined? The direction of gravitational field is defined at any point in space. The direction of gravitational field is defined as the direction of is the vertically downward direction, and the direction opposite to it is the vertically upward direction, and perpendicular to it would be the horizontal direction. So at any point, the gravitational field has a specific direction. If I drop this pen, in which direction will this pen move? It moves in the direction of gravitational field if I release it from rest. If I throw it, then it's a different thing. If I release the pen from rest, it will move in the direction of gravitational force, the gravitational field. So that is the vertically downward direction. The other direction would be the upward direction. And all these directions perpendicular to it are the horizontal directions. So north, west, east, south, they are all horizontal directions. So if this is north, this is south, east, west, this would be vertically upwards, this is vertically downwards. Now how do we write the directions? Suppose I want to specify a direction. So how do I write this direction? How is this direction written? Aditya, how is this direction written? So the way to write this is, this would be 30 degrees north of east or 60 degrees east of north. So when we say northeast, northeast has a specific meaning in this case. I won't call this northeast. In this context, when we say northeast, it has a specific meaning exactly between north and east. So 45 degrees north of east is referred to as northeast. Otherwise, we specify it in this manner. So if I'm measuring the one which comes later, I'm measuring the angle from there. So 30 degrees from east in which direction? Towards north. So 30 degrees north of east. 60 degrees from north in which direction? 60 degrees east of north. Is this clear? So similarly, what will be this direction? If this is 20 degrees, so how can we write this direction as? 20 degrees east of south or 70 degrees south of east. Suppose this is 45 degrees. This I can write as northwest. Is this clear? So if it is exactly between north and west, then we'll refer to as northwest. In other cases, we'll write it in this manner. Lance, is this clear? So Lance, what will this direction be? If this is 35 degrees, what will be this direction? So this will be 35 degrees south of west or 55 degrees west of south. So 35 degrees south of west or 55 degrees west of south. So the length of the vector represents the magnitude. For the length, there will always be some scale defined. But if this represents 20, if this is 20 Newton, 10 Newton, the length should be half of this. And in whichever direction the vector points, that will give us the direction of the vector. And this is the way we write the directions. Is this clear? And east, west, north, south, they are all horizontal directions. Vertical is perpendicular to them. So all these vectors are, if this represents a vector, all these vectors are horizontal. This is vertically upwards, this is vertically downwards. So what is next is types of vectors. Is this clear? So first is free vector. What is a free vector? Which does not cost anything. What is a free vector? So basically, that is correct. So please write a vector which can be shifted parallel to itself, a vector which can be shifted parallel to itself without loss of information. A vector which can be shifted parallel to itself without loss of information. without loss of information. So any example of a free vector? Is force a free vector? Is force a free vector? So that depends. It can be a free vector, it may not be a free vector, that depends on the context. So velocity, that is a free vector. Acceleration is a free vector. Force may or may not be a free vector. So later on we'll study center of mass. Right now we can just, so if I'm using in this context, so we've all studied the formula F is equals to ma. Now in this context, F is a free vector. So what does this mean? Suppose there's an object in free space and there's a force acting on it. Now, if I shift the force parallel to itself, suppose no other forces are acting on it, the mass of the object is m. If I shift the force parallel to itself, if I'm calculating acceleration of center of mass, for calculation of acceleration of center of mass, force is a free vector. What this means is, I can shift the force parallel to itself without loss of information. I'll still get the right answer. Is this clear? But force in every context won't be a free vector. So a free vector means any vector which can be shifted parallel to itself without any loss of information is called a free vector. Next is bound or localized vector. So it is not spatially invariant, means we cannot shift the vector from its position. So the specific position of the vector, that if the point of application, in case it is a force, or otherwise if it's a position vector, so I cannot shift the vector parallel to itself. So in such cases we call it a bound or localized vector. So when I'm writing the position vector, what is an example of this? One example would be a position vector. So what does the position vector tell us? It tells us the position of a particular point with respect to with respect to a reference point. So in this case, if this is the position vector, sorry. So if we have a position vector of a point, we cannot shift that vector parallel to itself or along the line. So it will have a specific position. So such vectors are called bound or localized vector. Now, we did not discuss the definition of work. How is work done defined? So work is defined as integral f dot ds. Now, whenever we use this definition of force, in this context, f is a localized vector. Or bound vector. So if I'm calculating work done, integral f dot ds, then I cannot displace the force parallel to itself. That will change the calculation of work done. So whenever we are calculating the work done in this context, force is a localized vector, which means the point of application of force, that cannot be changed. We cannot shift it parallel to itself or along itself. Next is sliding vectors. So sliding vectors are vectors which are neither fully free nor fully bounded. So please write they can be slid, or translated along its line of action. They can be slid or translated along its line of action. So when we calculate torque, we'll study this later again. The formula for torque is given as R cross F. In this context, force is a sliding vector. So what do we mean? If I'm calculating the torque, if I draw the line passing through the vector, this is called line of action. So sliding vector is one which can be slid along the line of action. So I cannot slide it parallel to itself. I can slide it along the line of action and the value of torque will remain the same. But if I slide it parallel to itself, the value of torque changes. So in this context, force is a sliding vector. Is this clear? Now within this chapter, if nothing is mentioned, we'll treat the vectors as free vectors. Free vectors means I can translate the vector parallel to itself. Is this clear? So if we are calculating torque about a point, if I slide the force parallel to itself, the value of the torque will change. But if I slide the force along the line of action, the value of torque remains the same. So in this context, it is a sliding vector. Next is an axial vector or a pseudo vector, or it is also called a non-polar vector. An axial vector perpendicular to the mirror plane, an axial vector perpendicular to the mirror plane does not change direction on reflection. An axial vector perpendicular to the mirror plane does not change direction on reflection, full stop. Does not change direction on reflection, full stop. It changes direction if it is parallel. It changes direction if it is it changes direction if it is parallel to the mirror. It changes direction if it is parallel to the mirror, full stop. Axial vectors represent the direction of rotation, axial vectors represent the direction of rotation and are along the axis of rotation and are along the axis of rotation. So, although they generally don't ask questions on this, but it is helpful to know. So the first point that was written was that is to identify whether a vector is axial or not. So one of the tests is if the vector is perpendicular to the mirror, on reflection, the direction of the vector should not change. So let us consider a vector which is a real vector or a polar vector, suppose velocity. If a particle is moving in this direction, if the vector is perpendicular to the mirror, what will be the direction of the velocity vector? It will be in the opposite direction. So a polar vector or a real vector, on reflection from a mirror, if it is perpendicular to the mirror, it reverses its direction. An axial vector on reflection from the mirror does not change its direction. So what are axial vectors? They generally used to represent some sort of rotation. So for instance, angular velocity. So how did we define angular velocity? Rate of change of angular position, d theta by dt. Now, what is the direction of angular velocity? It is along the axis of rotation. So suppose there is a particle which is moving in a circular, motion in a plane perpendicular, so in a plane which is in this manner. So if a particle is performing circular motion, how do we define the direction of angular velocity? If there is a particle moving in a circular path in this manner, the direction of angular velocity will be out of the plane. So it is along the axis of rotation. In this case, this is the axis of rotation. So all the axial vectors, angular velocity, angular momentum, angular acceleration, torque, the direction of all these vectors, so they represent some sort of rotation, and the direction of these vectors is always along the axis of rotation. So if the particle is moving in this manner, omega is defined as out of the plane. If it is moving in the other manner, it is defined into the plane. So one way to test for these vectors is, if you take the reflection on a mirror, when the vector is perpendicular to the mirror, the direction of the vector does not reverse. So suppose there is a particle which is moving in a circular motion, and the dotted represents into the plane, solid represents out of the plane. So it is moving in a plane which is perpendicular to the plane of the board. In this plane, the solid line represents out of the plane, dotted line represents into the plane. What is the direction of angular velocity in this case? So if I am drawing the vector for angular velocity will be in this direction. Now, if you take the mirror image of the particle, will the direction of angular velocity change or will it remain the same? Try to think and answer. Try to calculate, see how the image is moving. Is the image moving? In what way will the image move? In this case, we can directly say, if this is the particle, if the particle is coming close to the mirror, the image will also come close to the mirror. So if the particle is moving towards right, the image will move towards left. So the velocity vector has inverted. What will be the direction of omega vector in this case? So now, if the particle is at this position, at the topmost point, it will be in this position. If the particle is coming out of the plane, suppose at the topmost point, particle is coming out of the plane. At this point also, it will come out of the plane. And at this point, if it is going into the plane, in this point, it will also go into the plane. So the circular trajectory would still be in this manner. So what is the direction of angular velocity? The direction of angular velocity remains the same. So one way to determine them is, on reflection, when they are perpendicular to the mirror, the direction remains unchanged. And if they are parallel to the mirror, in that case, it will change. So let's consider an example where it is parallel to the mirror. So suppose this represents out of the plane the dotted represents into the plane. And the particle is moving in this manner. If the particle is moving in this manner, the direction of omega will be in this manner. Now, suppose this is point A, this is point B. From A to B, the particle is out of the plane. So this is one semicircle, the other semicircle is into the plane. Now when we draw the image, suppose the image of A is A dash, the image of B, so A is this extreme of the circle, B is this point of the circle. Will A dash be closer to the mirror or B dash? Will A dash be closer to the mirror or B dash? B dash. So if I draw the image, in this case, this will be B dash, this is A dash, sorry. Now, as the particle moves from A to B, here also the particle will move from A dash to B dash. So in this case, if this is the direction in which it is moving, in this case, what will be the direction in which it is moving? It is moving in the opposite sense. In this case, when looked from above, if it is moving in the clockwise sense, in this case, or anti-clockwise sense, in this case, it will move in the clockwise sense. So what will happen to the direction of omega? It will be reversed. Is this clear? So even this is not that important. Generally, I have not seen questions being asked on this. The point is just to be aware of the term. So basically, axial vectors, they generally point along the direction of axis. They generally point along the axis of rotation and represent some sort of rotation. Is this clear? No, both are non-polar. If it is parallel to the mirror. If it is perpendicular to the mirror, then it should not change its direction. If it is parallel, then it should change. We wrote 2 points. No? The first was, if it is perpendicular to the mirror, it should not change the direction. If it is parallel to the mirror, it changes its direction. We can define in general terms as well, but that is not needed. If it is neither parallel nor perpendicular. And last is, so what would be the examples of this? Examples of axial vectors are, wherever you see angular terms, angular velocity, angular momentum, torque, even magnetic field, these are axial vectors, angular acceleration, next write last polar or real vector or non-pseudo vector. A polar vector perpendicular to the mirror plane, a polar vector perpendicular to the mirror plane reverses direction on reflection. A polar vector perpendicular to the mirror plane reverses direction on reflection. And remains unchanged if parallel. And remains unchanged if parallel. So if this is the mirror, so if we take velocity vector, if the velocity is in this direction, what will be the velocity of the image? It will be in the opposite direction. But if a particle is moving in this direction, what will be the velocity of the image? The velocity of the image will also be in the same direction. So if the vector is parallel to the mirror, the direction of the image also remains the same. If it is perpendicular, the direction of the image reverses. And one property we can write after this, cross product of so whenever what is cross product we'll see later, but cross product of two non-pseudo vectors or real vectors gives us a pseudo vector. So torque is defined as R cross F. So R is a real vector, force is a real vector, but torque is an axial vector. Is this clear? So next is comparison between vectors. So comparison between vectors. First, parallel vectors. Now, sometimes you might see a different definition in mathematics. Here I'm defining in a specific way. The definition might be slightly different. So just be aware how the author is using these terms. In physics, generally, when we say parallel vectors means they have the same direction. In mathematics, when they say parallel vectors, they mean both same and opposite. But in physics, when I'll be using parallel vectors, we just mean the same direction. Sorry. Same direction. So when we say parallel vectors, we can compare different physical quantities. So I can say force is parallel to velocity. They don't have to be the same physical quantity. Next is anti-parallel vectors. So in maths, generally when they say parallel vectors, they mean both parallel and anti-parallel. Again, they may be different physical quantities. So if this represents force, this represents any other quantity velocity. If the direction is opposite, they are anti-parallel. So next is equal vectors. When do we say two vectors are equal? Same magnitude and same direction. So when we say two vectors are equal, do the vectors need to be of the same physical quantity? When we say two vectors are equal, do they need to be of the same physical quantity? When we say two vectors are equal, do they need to be of the same physical quantity? Why? They need to have the same unit. When we say they have the same magnitude, 20 Newton is equal to 20 meter per second has no meaning. That is meaningless. So when we say equal vectors, when you're saying same magnitude, they have to be of the same physical quantity. So saying 20 Newton due east is same as 20 meter per second due east has no meaning. Is this clear? So same magnitude and same direction. So if this represents a force and this represents another force, so if I know both of them represent the force and their direction is same and magnitude is same, the length represents the magnitude, the arrow points in the direction. So in this case we can say F1 is equal to F2. But suppose if I draw same vector of, if I draw a velocity vector of same length, that has no meaning. So I cannot equate velocity to force. Next, negative of a vector. Again, in this case also, they have to be the same physical quantity if we say negative of a vector. So what does this mean? If this is F1 and this is F2, so if they have the same magnitude, they are the same physical quantity and opposite direction. So in this case we can say F1 is negative of F2. So what is negative of a vector? Same magnitude, opposite direction. Same magnitude, same direction are equal vectors, same magnitude, opposite direction, negative of a vector. Is this clear? So actually I forgot to mention when we wrote the symbolic form. So earlier we had written representation of a vector. So earlier we had written representation of a vector, sorry. So symbolic form, we represent them by an arrow or a bar above it. You can just also place the magnitude of the vector. Magnitude, suppose the vector is A. So magnitude of vector A, this is represented by mod A, and most of the times we just represent it by the letter A. So in books, they use different methods because sometimes they'll use bold letters for vectors. So that we cannot use. So in books, you should be careful. But when I'm using in the class, when I'm writing the magnitude, if I just write the letter without the arrow sign or the bar sign, it represents the magnitude. And the other way to represent the magnitude is in this manner. So this is the way to represent the magnitude of the vector. So if I'm writing just the letter or in this manner, that represents the magnitude of the vector. Is this clear? So next is zero vector. It has zero magnitude. It has zero magnitude and indeterminate direction. It has zero magnitude and indeterminate direction. So what is the purpose of defining? So that the vector algebra is complete. If I add negative of a vector to itself, what will I get? 0. If I add negative of a vector to itself, I should get 0. But addition and subtraction of a vector should also give me a vector, which means this 0 should also be a vector. So it is defined in this manner. Now, if it is a vector, it should have some direction. So we've defined it as indeterminate direction, just so that it is consistent with the rules of vector algebra. So we say the magnitude is 0 and the direction is indeterminate. Next is unit vector. the unit vector of a vector is defined as, it has unit magnitude, its magnitude is 1, and when I say magnitude, just the numerical value. It does not have a unit. So when I am saying it has unit magnitude, we can write the numerical value is 1, and it is dimensionless. It does not have a unit. So when we are writing the unit vector for force, so it is represented by F cap or F hat. So in India, generally we say it as cap. So F cap, now if force is 20 newtons due east, what does F cap tell us? Its numerical value is 1. So it will just tell us the direction due east. This does not have a magnitude. This does not have a unit. So force has a unit, it has a certain dimension. This is unitless and dimensionless. So suppose, so how do we represent a vector? Any vector A, this can be represented as its magnitude and its direction. So I can write A cap vector as A upon mod A. So this represents the magnitude and A cap represents the direction. So A cap can be written as A vector upon magnitude of the vector. And you can write mod A by just letter A as well. So suppose force is 20 Newton due east, velocity is 20 meter per second due west, displacement is 5 meters due west. So can I say the force is equal to the velocity? That is meaningless. I cannot equate quantities of different dimensions. But can I say F cap is equal to minus V cap is equal to S cap? So both velocity and S are in the same direction. So V cap is equal to S cap, and F and V have opposite directions. So F cap is opposite. F cap is same as minus V cap. If all of them were east, then I can equate the unit vectors because unit vectors are dimensionless. So it is just used to represent direction. And how can we calculate the unit vector? Vector divided by its magnitude. So the purpose of a unit vector is to represent direction. So if I multiply a vector quantity with a scalar quantity, so what can I tell about B and A in this case? if I multiply a vector quantity with a scalar quantity, suppose lambda is a scalar quantity, A is a vector quantity. In this case, what can I say about B and A? Will B and A have the same unit? Can I say B and A have the same dimensions? No. That depends whether lambda is, the scalar quantity need not be dimensionless. Does acceleration and force have the same units? Force is mass into acceleration. Now, if I'm multiplying with a dimensionless quantity, in that case, B and A will have the same dimensions. But if the scalar quantity has dimensions, they won't have the same dimensions. So it is not necessary. What else can I say? Will B and A have the same direction? That is also not necessary. If lambda is positive, in that case, B and A will have the same direction. If lambda is negative, what is negative of a vector? It has the opposite direction. So if lambda is negative, it will be anti-parallel. If lambda is positive, it will be parallel. If lambda is dimensionless, both A and B will have the same dimensions. If lambda is dimensions, they'll have different dimensions. So generally, this symbol is used for parallel, this is used for anti-parallel. So B and A will be parallel if lambda is positive and anti-parallel if lambda is negative. What can I say about the magnitudes of B and A? The magnitude of B will be equal to mod lambda times A. So the magnitude will increase by a factor of mod lambda. So magnitude changes by a factor of mod lambda. So if I multiply A by lambda, the magnitude will change by a factor of lambda. And what can I say about the or if you want to write it separately, you can also write it as mod lambda into A. If lambda does not have any unit, B and A will also have the same units. Otherwise, B and A will have different units. So if this is vector A, this will be 2A. This will be minus 2A. This will be A by 2. 0.5a. So whatever the value of lambda is, if the magnitude will change by that factor. So in this case, lambda is 2, the magnitude will increase by a factor of 2. In this case, lambda is minus 2, the magnitude will increase by a factor of mod lambda, still 2. But if it is negative, the direction reverses. If it is positive, the direction remains the same, and the magnitude changes by a factor of mod lambda. Is this clear, Lance? Now, next is angle between two vectors. To find the angle between two vectors, to find the angle between two vectors, to find the angle between two vectors, place their tails or their heads together, place their tails or their heads together, and the smaller angle between them gives us the angle between the vectors. To find angle between two vectors, place their tails or their heads together, and the smaller angle between them gives us the angle between the vectors. So we said we represent the vectors by an arrow. This is called the tail of the vector. This is the head of the vector. So suppose I want to find angle between two vectors. If this is A, this is B. So what is this saying? Place their tails together or place their heads together. So suppose I place their tails together. I'll get this is A, this is B. Now when you place either their tails together or place their heads together, you'll get two angles. This is one angle, this is the other angle. The smaller angle between them is the angle between the vectors. So in this case, theta will be the angle between A and B. Is this clear? So suppose we have three vectors A, B, C. Find the angle between them. This is A, this is B, this is C. What is the angle between A and B? So please write the angle between A and B, between B and C. And between C and A. Lakshya, what is the angle between A and B? 60. Lance, what is the angle between A and B? 60. Indira, what is the angle between A and B? 120. So, you've just written the definition. How do we define angle between two vectors? So, first thing is either their tails should coincide or their heads should coincide. So, in this case, we have the head of A and the tail of B. So, this angle won't give us the angle between the vectors. The angle between the vectors is defined in a specific way. How do we define the angle between two vectors? When their heads are coinciding or their tails are coinciding, then we check the angle between them. In this case, the head of A is there and the tail of B is there. Now, we can shift any vector parallel to itself without changing the vector. So, we're treating the vectors as free vectors. So, either shift A forwards or shift B backwards. So, in this case, if this is B, this is A. Can I shift A forwards in this manner? Now, both their tails are coinciding. And now you will get two angles. This is one angle, this is the other angle. What is the value of this angle? If this is 60, if I extend this, what will be this angle? If I shift A forwards, if this is 60, what will be this angle? 120. Now, what is this angle? 120. Now, the tails of A and B are coinciding. So, when the tails are coinciding or the heads are coinciding, then the angle between the vectors, then the smaller angle is called the angle between the vectors. So, what are the two angles here? 120 and 240. So, 120 will be the angle between A and B. Is this clear, Lance? In this case, what were the two angles? 60 and 300. But their tails and heads were not coinciding. So, the angle in this case will be, angle between A and B is how much? 120. Lance, what will be the angle between B and C? 50. Aditya, what will be the angle between B and C? I've just explained. What is the angle between B and C? 50. Laksh, what is the angle between B and C? It is 50. Indira, what is the angle between B and C? It is 50. So, in this case, both their heads are coinciding. And this is the smaller angle. What is the other angle? 310 degrees. Madhav, what is the angle between A and C? 70. Is this clear? Can you quickly calculate the angles in this case? Yes? B and C. So their heads are already together. So you can place their tails together. How can you place their tails together? The point is, when their heads are together and if their tails are together, they'll make the same angle. Why? Extend this forward. Extend this forward. If their heads are together or their tails are together, the angle made by the two vectors will be the same. So if I extend this forward, can I draw it in this manner along this line? If I extend this forward, can I draw it in this line? And this angle will be same as this angle. So their heads are together. What is the angle between them? 50. If you place the tails together, how can you place the tails together? Draw B in this manner, draw C in this manner. What is this angle? 50. So if we move B in this direction, so now this is B, this is C, and this angle is 130. But now we have head of one and tail of the other. So how do we define angle between two vectors? When their heads are coinciding or their tails are coinciding, then the smaller angle is called the angle between the vectors. Here, it is one head and one tail, so we won't consider this angle. Is this clear? No, no, but how did you move it? You did not move it in this manner. Ah. So now you can move B to this. So what is angle between this is B, this is C? That is correct. It will be this angle. So if this is 60, what will be this angle? This will also be 60. So what will be this angle? 50. This is C, this is B. What is the angle between them? Angle between them, no? And you don't need to do this, their heads are together. Can you quickly tell what will be the angles in this case? A, B, C, Lance. What are the angles between A and B, B and C, C and A? Madhav. Angle between A, B, B, C, C, A. So Lance, what is the angle between A and B? 100. So angle between A and B is 100. Angle between B and C? Aditya. Sorry? What is angle between C and A? 140. So what will be the angle between B and C? Madhav, what is the angle between B and C? 120. And angle between C and A is 140. Is this clear? So in all the cases, since this will be 180 minus 80, 180 minus 60, 180 minus 40. So first is addition of two vectors, and addition, within addition we are writing the triangle law of addition. Please write. So what does the triangle of addition state? To add A and B, or to add two vectors, place the tail of one on the head of the other. So what does the triangle of addition say? If there are two vectors and if I want to find the sum, resultant also means sum. So if I want to add two vectors, take any one vector and place the tail of one of them on the head of the other. So here we are assuming the vectors are again free vectors. So I can shift any vector parallel to itself. So either shift B and place its tail on the head of A, or shift A and place its tail on the head of B. Suppose I shift B and place it on the head of A. So place the tail of one vector on the head of the other. So either you can place the tail of A on the head of B or the tail of B on the head of A. Now the vector joining the tail of the first to the head of the second gives us the sum of the two vectors. So this is called the sum of the two vectors. So what is the triangle of addition? Place the tail of one of them on the head of the other. The vector joining the tail of the first to the head of the second gives us the resultant of the two vectors. That is the triangle of addition. Is this clear? So what will be the relation between these vectors, Aditya? What will be the relation between A, B and C using triangle of addition? Using triangle of addition, what relation can you write between A, B and C, Lance? A plus mother, A plus C is equals to B. So if I place the tail of one on the head of the other, the vector joining the tail of the first to the head of the other will give us the sum of the two vectors. So in this case, what can I write? A plus C is equal to B. Is this clear? Similarly, write the relation in the next case. What will be the relation in this case? So we'll see this again when we study polygon law of addition. But right now, if you are just talking about triangle law of addition, what will the sum of A and B give me? This vector. Sum of A and B will be this vector. And what is the relation between this vector and this vector? Negative of this. What is negative of vector? Same magnitude and opposite direction. So we can write this directly as well, when we study polygon law of addition. But right now, we know if this is A vector, this is B vector, what will be this vector? This is A plus B. And what is the relation between this vector and this vector? same magnitude, opposite direction. If these magnitudes are same, I have not drawn it same. But if this length and this length are same, angles are same, this length and this length will be same. So can I say A plus B is equal to minus C? A plus B is equal to minus C. What is polygon law of addition that we'll study later, which is A plus B plus C is 0 vector. So this we'll write later. Is this clear? So now this is the triangle of addition. What? Sorry? Huh? If A plus B plus C is 0, you can take any one to the other side. That is what I'm saying. Na? If A plus B plus C is 0, any one you can take to the other side. Is this clear? Yusuf? Aditya? Now, the next part is, if I want to find the magnitude of A plus B, what did we say represents the magnitude? So, vector is represented by an arrow. The direction which the arrow points, that gives us the direction of the vector. The length of the arrow gives us the magnitude. So, suppose I want to find the magnitude of the resultant. If I want to find the magnitude of the resultant, if this is A, this is B vector, this is A plus B. Now, what's your name? Sindhuran. Is the angle between A and B acute or obtuse? Lance, is the angle between A and B obtuse or acute? Acute. So how do we determine the angle? This is the head of A, this is the tail of B. Whenever we are determining the angle between two vectors, always place their tails together. So if I shift A forward, what will be the angle between A and B? It will be this angle. So angle between A and B is not 180 minus theta. Theta is the angle between A and B. So in this figure, angle between A and B is acute. Now we said the length of the vector represents its magnitude. So I want to find the magnitude of A plus B. So essentially, if I want to find the magnitude of the length of this vector. So suppose magnitude of A is given to us, magnitude of A. So generally we just write it as the letter A. This is given to us. Magnitude of B is given to us. And I want to calculate magnitude of A plus B. What will be the magnitude of A plus B? So any suggestions how to calculate the length of A plus B? But how do we get that? Sorry? Find the? That. So basically, what you're saying, cosine rule. So how do we derive the cosine rule? That is the question. And now the only difference is in cosine rule we write the internal angle. Here we are writing the external one. Angle between A and B. Generally there we don't treat it as vectors. We're just talking about lengths of the sides in cosine rule. So the point here is, if this was a right angle triangle, in that case could we have calculated, suppose if this is A, this is B, in this case can we calculate this side's length? So just try to construct right angle triangles and then find this length. So in this case, if I'm drawing this again without the vector sign, this length is A, this length is B. I need to calculate this length is A plus B. Now how can I construct I want to find this length. So I want to, if I can construct a right angle triangle which has this length, I'll be able to calculate. Since this angle is known to me, this length is known to me, this is B. If this length is B, drop a perpendicular, extend A, what do I get this? What will be this length? This length is A. If this is B, what will be this length and this length? Lengths. If this is B, what will be this length? Try to think now. This so you've done in class 9, 10th as well. If this is B, what will be this length? Madhav. If this is B, what will be this length? If this is B, this will be B sine theta, B cos theta. What is sine theta? Opposite upon hypotenuse. So opposite is hypotenuse into sine theta. Adjacent is opposite into cos theta. Sorry, hypotenuse into cos theta. So now this is a right angle triangle. So what is this length? A plus B cos theta. And this length is B sine theta. So now can I find this length? This will be under root of this square plus this square. So mod A plus B will be under root of A plus B cos theta whole square. Plus B sine theta whole square and square root. So A square plus B square cos square theta plus 2AB cos theta plus B square sine square theta. What will this be equal to? B square cos square theta sine square theta is B square. So we'll get A square plus B square plus 2AB cos theta. This is mod A plus B. Sorry, this is mod A plus B. So this is the magnitude of the resultant. So if I'm adding two vectors, what will be the magnitude of the resultant? Under root A square plus B square plus 2AB cos theta. Is this clear? Now suppose I want to find the direction of A plus B. So how do I generally report the direction? If I suppose I want to report the direction of A plus B with respect to A and B. So what angle does the resultant make with A? Suppose the resultant makes an angle alpha with A and an angle beta with B. Or in this case, if this is alpha, let me draw it here. If this is beta, what is the angle between resultant and A? Is it alpha or 180 minus alpha? Angle between resultant and A, is it alpha or 180 minus alpha? Alpha. Both the tails are coinciding. So this is the smaller angle, this is the bigger angle, so it will be alpha. Lance, what is the angle between resultant and B? Beta or 180 minus beta? 180 minus beta. So whatever you feel, the answer is the opposite. What will be the answer? Both their heads are coinciding. If both their heads are coinciding, there are two angles. This is beta, this is 360 minus beta. So if their heads are coinciding, the smaller angle gives us the angle between the vectors. So what is the angle between resultant and B? It is beta. It's not 180 minus beta. Is this clear? What is the angle between A and B? This is that is not this angle because we have the head of A and tail of B. So either move A forward or move B backward. So that is 180 minus the inside angle. Is this clear? So now I want to find alpha and beta. You've written this part. So if I want to find angle between resultant and A. So how can I find the angle between resultant and A? In this right angle triangle, can you find the value of alpha? So if I use tan alpha in this right angle triangle, what will be the value of tan alpha? Opposite upon adjacent. So this will be B sine theta upon A plus B cos theta. This is the angle between A plus B and A. What will be the angle between resultant and B? What will be the angle between resultant and B? How can you find tan beta? Calculate resultant angle between A plus B and B. Is this part clear? Angle between A plus B and A. Similarly, calculate angle between A plus B and B. So what is tan beta? So what will be tan beta? So tan beta is a sin theta upon b plus a cos theta. So it's the same expression. One way to remember is whichever term appears here. So tan of that angle will, this will be the angle between resultant tan, the term that appears here. So if this is a sin theta and a cos theta, this is the angle between resultant and b. If a appears here, this is the angle between resultant and a. How do you derive this? I'm not writing the solution, it's the same derivation. How did we derive in this case? Same thing. So in this case, we dropped a perpendicular on A. Now drop a perpendicular on B. So extend B forwards and drop a perpendicular. If this is theta, this will be theta. So this length is A. So this will be A sin theta, this will be A cos theta. So tan beta will be A sin theta upon B plus A cos theta. Is this clear? So I'm not deriving this again, but it's the same as this case. Here we had drawn a perpendicular on A, now drop a perpendicular on, on B, on A, now drop a perpendicular on B. Is this clear? And you can always use Lami's theorem as well. If this is A, we haven't discussed Lami's theorem. The sine rule, if this is A, this is B, this angle is theta, and this is A plus B. So can I use sine rule and write, suppose this angle is alpha, this is beta. So mod A plus B upon sine 180 minus theta. What is sine 180 minus theta? This angle is theta, this will be 180 minus theta. Sine 180 minus theta is sine theta. So this can be written as A upon sine beta is equal to B upon sine alpha. So this is the sine rule. Is this clear? Sorry? This in trigonometry we studied the sine rule. No? So we derived this there as well. We did not derive the cosine rule. So this is essentially the cosine rule, but the cosine rule we written was with a negative sign. Why? We had written in terms of 180 minus theta. So if we write it in terms of 180 minus theta, this will become negative. So this kind of property is known as associative. If A plus B is equal to B plus A, that is called commutative. This is just for knowing the names. Sometimes you may come across these names, commutative, associative. So now if we look at a few special cases for specific values of theta, first is if A is parallel to B, Lance, if A is parallel to B, what will be the angle between A and B? What if A is parallel to B, what is the angle? If A is parallel to B, what is the angle between A and B? 0. If A is anti-parallel to B, what will be the angle between A and B? If A is anti-parallel to B, what will be the angle between A and B? 180. How do we define angles? So if this is A, this is B, place their tails together. Now, if this is A, this is B, when I place their tails together, this is A, this will be B, so it will be 180 degrees. So if the vectors are parallel, the angle is 0 degrees. Now, in this case, if I just use the triangle of addition, suppose this is vector A, this is vector B. What was triangle of addition? On the head of the first, any one of the vectors place the tail of the other. So now, on the head of A, if I place the tail of B, so this is A, this is B, what is the resultant? The vector joining the tail of the first to the head of the second. So this entire vector, this will be A plus B. Now, what is the magnitude of the vector? The length of the vector represents its magnitude. So if this length is A, this length is B, what will be the length in this case? A plus B. So if the vectors are parallel, what will be the magnitude of the resultant? A plus B. Is this clear? Now, this we could have derived from the formula as well. Sorry. In this case, if theta is 0, what is the value of cos 0? 1. So what will this become? A square plus B square plus 2AB. What can I write A square plus B square plus 2AB as? A plus B whole square. What is root of A plus B whole square? A plus B. But that we can say directly as well. If the vectors are parallel, this vector will be the sum of the vectors. What is the length of this? If this length is A, this length is B, this length will be A plus B. Is this clear? Harsha? Is this clear? What is the second case? If A is perpendicular to B. In this case, what will be theta? 90 degrees. So if this is A, this is B, this is A, this is B, this will give me A plus B. If this length is A, this length is B, what will be the length of the resultant? So mod A plus B in this case will be, length will be under root A square plus B square. And again, if we apply the formula, what is cos 90? 0. So mod A plus B will be under root A square plus B square. And the third case is, if A is anti-parallel to B, what is the value of theta? 180 degrees. In this case, suppose this is A and this is B. What will be A plus B in this case? What will be the value of A plus B? So again, place the tail of one of the vectors on the head of the other. If I place the tail of B, so this is A vector. If I place the tail of B here, so this entire vector was the A vector. This is the B vector. And what is the resultant? The vector joining the tail of the first to the head of the second. So this vector will give me A plus B vector. Is this clear? What was triangle of addition? On the head of the first vector, place the tail of the second. So this entire vector is A, this vector is B. So on the head of the first, place the tail of the other. Now the vector joining the tail of the first to the head of the other. The vector joining the tail of the first to the head of the other. So this vector will give me the sum of both the vectors. So A plus B, not minus, A plus B is this vector. If this entire length is A, this length is B, what will be this length? A minus B. So what is mod A plus B? We write it as mod A minus B. Why? Because B can be greater as well. It can be B minus A as well. We don't report the length as negative. In this case, I've taken B to be smaller, but suppose the length of B is bigger. So now this will be B minus A. Is this clear? So we write it as mod A minus B. And this also you could have derived from the formula. What is cos 180? Minus 1. So what will this become? A square plus B square minus 2AB. So all of these you can derive using formula as well. If you apply theta is 180, cos 180 is minus 1. What is A square plus B square minus 2AB? A minus B whole square. What is root of A minus B whole square? Mod A minus B. Is this clear? Lakshya, mother, what is clear? So what is the maximum value of sum of two vectors? What is the maximum magnitude of two vectors of A and B? Maximum magnitude of sum of A and B. A plus B, what is the minimum value? Mod A minus B. So we can write mod of A plus B is less than equal to A plus B is greater than equal to mod of A minus B. When is this? So this is for when the vectors are anti-parallel. This is for the case when vectors are parallel. If they are anti-parallel, if they are parallel. So this is the range of the magnitude of sum of two vectors. Is this clear? Now write a few questions just applying the formula. So write a question. A girl moves 4 meters south, moves 4 meters south. A girl moves 4 meters south, 4 meters south, or 4 meters towards south, and then 5 meters, and then 5 meters in direction, and then 5 meters in direction 30 degrees east of north, and then 5 meters in direction 30 degrees east of north. Find her resultant displacement. A girl moves 4 meters due south and then 5 meters in direction 30 degrees east of north. Find her resultant displacement. So displacement is a vector quantity, so we want both the magnitude and the direction. So try to use the formulas that we've written till now. Cos 120. This is slight mistake. Just so the try to think. We'll discuss. I don't know, I mean, leave it in terms of root, it won't be a nice number. So the common mistake is, the first mistake which those who've tried is the angle between the vectors. So construct the vectors. What have they given us? The first displacement is how much? 4 towards south, and the next displacement is 5 meters in what direction? 30 degrees east of north. So this is somewhat in this direction, east of north 30 degrees. Lance, suppose this displacement is S1, this is S2. Aditya, what is the angle between S1 and S2? Mohit. What is the angle between S1 and S2? 150. How do we find angle between two vectors? So one way is, if their tails and if the head of one and the tail of one is together, whatever is the smaller angle between them will be 180 minus that angle. And Lance, how do we define angle between two vectors? Either their tails should be together or their heads should be together. So right now, the tail of one and the head of the other is present. So if I shift this forward, this will be the angle between them. So what is the angle between S1 and S2? 150. So in this case, first thing is angle between the two displacements. Angle between S1 and S2 is 150 degrees. Now we have to find the sum of the two vectors. What is the sum? This is the resultant of the two vectors, S1 plus S2. Those who've calculated the magnitude, find the direction as well. So mod S1 plus S2, this is under root S1 square plus S2 square plus 2 S1 S2 cos theta. So what are the magnitudes? 4 square plus 5 square plus 2 into 4 into 5 cos 150. Now substitute the values. 4 square is 16, 5 square is 25, 5 4s are 20, 40. What is cos 150? It is minus cos 30. So minus root 3 by 2. So this will be under root 41 minus 20 root 3. So you can leave it in this form, no need to calculate. Now, if I want to tell the direction, how can you find the direction? So this is the net displacement, this is the magnitude of S. Now, if I want to find the direction, how can I report the direction in this case? So can you, if you were asked what would be the direction, so this is the magnitude of S. This is the magnitude of S, or S1 plus S2. So this is the net displacement in meters. Now, how will I report the direction in this case? So we'll see another method when we study resolution of vectors, but using tan alpha, can you find the angle? Using the formula for tan alpha that we'd written. So with which vector should I find the angle? S1 or S2, which is more convenient in this case? With which vector should I find the angle of the resultant? S1. Why? Because S1 is along south. That would be easier to measure. So now, in this case, if I place tan alpha, so suppose this angle is alpha, this angle is beta. what is the value of tan alpha? Tan alpha is b sine theta. So result angle is between resultant and S1. So S2 will appear here, S2 sine theta. Suppose this is theta. So what was the formula? B sine theta upon A plus B cos theta. So A sine theta upon, B sine theta upon A plus B cos theta. So this gives us the angle between, this is the, alpha is the angle between resultant S1 plus S2 and S1. So the angle between resultant and this term, if I was finding angle between resultant and S2, these two would be S1, this would be S2. Is this clear? So now just write the values. What is tan alpha in this case? If tan alpha comes out to be negative, means alpha is obtuse. If it comes out to be positive, means it is acute. So I have drawn it as obtuse in this case. So what is S2? S2 is 5. What is sine 150? Sine 150 is 1 by 2. S1 is how much? S1 was 4 minus 4 plus S2 cos 150. What is cos 150? Minus root 3 by 2. So this is 5 by 2 upon 4 minus 5 root 3 by 2. This is 5 upon 8 minus 5 root 3. Is it positive or negative? Is tan alpha positive or negative? Negative. 5 root 3 is greater than 8.5. So tan alpha is negative, means alpha is obtuse. So which means I've drawn it correctly. Is this clear? Which? It may be correct. It's not necessary that this is wrong. I mean, if you're writing from different places, you'll get different angles. No, but how? No, no. But how, when you're applying the formula, which angle is this? That you have to understand.
I corrected it. I changed it.
No, no. Forget everything else. When you're applying this formula, which angle is this?
Just for this one and this angle.
Angle between?
This A plus B and B.
But
I changed it out to later. I did it again.
So the point is, finding beta is not that useful, because then you'll have to, I mean, you can report it in terms of beta as well. So suppose if this is S2, now if this is S2, resultant is in this direction, this is the resultant, this angle is beta, and this entire angle is 30. So you can report in terms of beta as well, 30 minus the, in such manner. So what will be the answer? Answer will be, this is tan alpha. So it will be alpha, and from which direction is this? From south. So I can either write it as tan inverse 5 upon 8 minus 5 root 3 and from south it is east of south. So tan inverse 5 minus 8, 5 upon 8 minus 5 root 3 east of south, or because we know this is obtuse angle, you can also write it in terms of 180 minus alpha. If this is tan alpha, what will be tan 180 minus alpha? It will be this angle, that will be positive. So you can write it as, rather than this, you can write it as tan inverse of 5 upon 5 root 3 minus 8, and from north, east of north, both of them are the same things. Is this clear? Aditya, did you understand this? So, this is the vector, this is the resultant, this is S, this is S1, this angle is alpha. So, this is the south direction. So, in which direction is this? East of south. And how much angle? Alpha. So, alpha east of south. Or you can write, this is the north direction, 180 minus alpha east of north. So, you can either write 180 minus alpha east of north or alpha east of south. If this angle is alpha, what will be this angle? 180 minus alpha. What is tan 180 minus alpha? Minus tan alpha. So, if you take negative of this, you will get tan 180 minus alpha, which is 5 upon 5 root 3 minus 8. So, it is 180 minus alpha from the north towards east. So, 180 minus alpha east of north. Is this clear? Right, another question. If the magnitude of the resultant of two vectors, if the magnitude of the resultant of two vectors of equal magnitude is same as the magnitude of either vector, comma, then find the angle between the vectors. Then find the angle between the vectors. So, how will you solve this, Mohit? So, we can solve it in different ways. What is given to us? Mod A plus B is equal to mod A is equal to mod B. So, let us assume some value A. The magnitude of resultant of two vectors is of two vectors of equal magnitude is equal to the magnitude of either vectors. So, just apply the formula. One method is, what is the formula for mod A plus B? A square plus B square plus 2AB cos theta. So now square both sides. What is mod A plus B? This is also A. So A square is A square plus A square plus 2A square cos theta. So on solving, you will get cos theta is minus 1 by 2. So what is theta? Cos theta is minus 1 by 2 means cos 180 minus theta is 1 by 2. So cos 180 minus theta is 1 by 2 means 180 minus theta is 60. So theta will be 120. So if you can't solve, if you don't remember for negative, how can you solve this? Cos 180 minus theta is minus cos theta. So negative of this will be 1 by 2. 1 by 2 you should remember. So 180 minus theta is 60, theta is 120. Now, the other simpler way in this case is, Madhav, you can construct a triangle as well. Mod A plus B, mod A, mod B. If all the three lengths are equal, what kind of triangle will I get? Equilateral triangle. So if this is A, this is B, this will be A plus B, and all the three lengths are equal. So this is 60, this is 60, this will be 60. So what is the angle between A and B? Angle between A and B will be 120. Is this clear? So 60 is not the angle because the head of one is with the tail of the other. So if I shift A forward, what will be the angle between A and B? 120. Is this clear? And even if it doesn't strike, you can always use the formula. Write another question. Write the next question. So just application of formula, just apply the formula. Two vectors of magnitudes 10 and 5 units. Two vectors of magnitudes 10 and 5 units make an angle of 120 degrees with each other. Make an angle of 120 degrees with each other, full stop. Find the magnitude of the resultant. Find the magnitude of the resultant and the angle that it makes. Find the magnitude of the resultant and the angle that it makes with the vector of magnitude 10 units and the angle that it makes with the vector of magnitude 10 units. So just application of the two formulae. they've given the angle between them is 120, no? It is not 60. They've given the angle between them is 120. In this case, you don't even need to draw the vectors. You can directly apply the formula. They've already given you the angle between the vectors. Mod A is 10, mod B is 5. So what will be the magnitude of the resultant? What will be the magnitude of the resultant? Under root A. What is the formula, Aditya? What is the formula for magnitude? A square plus B square plus 2AB cos theta. Just substitute the values. Lance, is this clear? So this is 10 square plus 5 square plus 2 into 10 into 5. What is the value of cos 120? What is cos 120? Minus 1 by 2. So this will be 100 plus 25 minus 2 into 10 into 5 minus 1 by 2. I've written minus already in front. So this will come out to be root 75, which is 5 root 3, whatever the units are of A and B. Is this clear? So just apply the formula for resultant, A square plus B square plus 2AB cos theta. Now, what is the angle between resultant and the vector of magnitude 10? What is the angle between the resultant and the vector of magnitude 10 units? Yes. Yes. So in these kind of questions, there is no need to draw the figure, but if you want to draw the figure, it will look something like this. So this angle is 120, and this will be the resultant. So this is 10, this is 5. Now they are asking us this angle alpha. What is the value of tan alpha? So find the angle between resultant and this vector A. Please calculate, Abhinav. Angle between resultant and A. So you had written a formula for tan theta. Is this clear? So what are they asking us? Tan alpha. So this is B sine theta upon A plus B cos theta. Now, what is this angle? This is the angle, alpha is the angle between resultant and A. If they were asking angle between resultant and B, what would have been the formula? This would have been A sine theta upon B plus A cos theta. This is the angle between A and the resultant. If they were asking with B, replace A by B and B by A. So what is the value of tan alpha? B sine theta upon A plus B cos theta. So B is how much? B is 5. Sine 120 is root 3 by 2. A is 10. And what is the value of B cos theta? B is 5, cos 120 is minus 1 by 2. So this will be minus 5 by 2. So 2 and 2 will cancel out, 5 root 3 upon 15. So when you solve, this will come out to be 1 by root 3. Tan alpha is 1 by root 3 means alpha is how much? 30 degrees. This will be the answer. Is this clear? And if you calculate angle between A plus B and B, it will come out to be, the denominator will come out to be 0. If tan alpha is not defined or tan beta is not defined, what is the value of beta? 90. So in this case, if you calculate angle between A plus B and B, it will come out to be something upon 0. The denominator will come out to be 0. If the denominator is 0, what does that mean? What is tan theta? Not defined. Something divided by 0 is not defined. Where is tan not defined? 90 degrees. So what is the angle between resultant and B? 90 degrees. So in this question, this is 90, this is 30, this is 60. It is forming a right angle triangle. Write the next question. The resultant of two forces of magnitudes, the resultant of two forces of magnitudes 4 Newton and 8 Newton, the resultant of forces of, sorry, what did I write? The resultant of two forces of magnitudes 4 Newton and 8 Newton is perpendicular to the force of smaller magnitude, is perpendicular to the force of smaller magnitude, full stop. Find the angle between the two forces. Find the angle between the two forces. Find the angle between the two forces. So there are different ways to solve. So whichever method strikes, try to solve. Think. If you have doubt in the question, try to think. Sorry? There are just two forces. The question is correct. Try to read it again if you've not understood. Try to think. Hmm? And does it have a? Is the figure correct? The figure, this figure is not entirely correct. So you can solve this in two ways. One is construct the triangle. The other is use the formula. So one method to, I mean, there can be many other methods. The two simpler methods in this case are construct the triangle, this is correct. Now write the values of A and B. This is F1, A is F1. What is the magnitude of this? This is 8. So can you find this angle? Cos theta. So what will be the angle between A and B? So again, all of you, I mean not all of you, you're making the same mistake. 120. So one of the methods is construct a right angle triangle. So what is given to us? Suppose F1 is the force of smaller magnitude. You can draw it in any direction since they've not specified a direction. What is F1 given as? 4. What is F2 given as? 8. Now don't draw F2 vector. Why? We don't know the angle between F1 and F2. So first draw the vector that direction that is known to us. So what is known to us? The resultant. Resultant is perpendicular. You can draw the perpendicular in any direction. Draw it in this direction. It doesn't matter. So first draw the resultant. So suppose I'm representing the resultant by F. F is F1 plus F2. You can use A, B, it doesn't matter. So the resultant is perpendicular to the vector of smaller magnitude. So this is F vector. If this is the resultant, what will be the second vector? F1 plus F2 is F. So what vector should be the second vector? This one. This is F2. Now write the magnitudes. If I write the magnitudes here, this is, what is the magnitude of this vector? 4. This is 8. So what will be this angle? If this is 8, this is 4, this is 8 cos theta. Cos theta is adjacent upon hypotenuse. Cos theta is 1 by 2. But what is the angle between the two forces? The head of one is coinciding with the tail of the other. So theta is not the angle between the two forces. What is the angle? 180 minus theta. So angle between F1 and F2 will be angle between F1 and F2. This will be 120 degrees. So in this case, I think this is the simpler way. You could have also used the formula tan alpha. If you don't want to draw the figure, you could have also used the formula for tan alpha. Lance, what is the formula for tan alpha? B sine theta upon A plus B cos theta. And this alpha is the angle between which vector? In this case, this alpha is the angle between which vector, Aditya? In this formula, alpha is the angle between which vector? A plus B angle between A plus B and A. Now, what is the angle given to us as 90? What is tan 90? Not defined. What is the value of tan 90? Not defined. So in this case, 90 degrees is the angle between which vector? Resultant and F1. So A will be F1, B should be F2. And if this is not defined, since alpha is 90 degrees, when will the right hand side be not defined? When the denominator is 0. So just make the denominator 0. Alpha equals to 90 degrees. This implies A plus B cos theta should be equal to 0. So what is cos theta? A is the vector of smaller magnitude in this case. So minus A by B. What is the magnitude of A? Smaller magnitude is 4, B is 8. So cos theta is minus 1 by 2. This theta is different from this theta. If you're writing both this theta is not same as this theta. You can write it as theta dash. So when is cos theta minus 1 by 2? 120 degrees. Is this clear? Are both the methods clear? One is construct the triangle and then use sine, cos, tan. The other is you can also use directly without construction the formula for tan alpha, tan beta. But you should know if this is the angle between which vectors, A and the resultant. Is this clear? Are both the methods clear? Are both the methods clear? Write another question. Ananta Krishna. Aditya. Is this clear? No. Did you understand this? Sorry, I've again forgotten your name. Aditya. Adit. Please write another question. Two forces P and Q have magnitudes in the ratio 1:2. Two forces P and Q have magnitudes in the ratio 1:2. Full stop. If the resultant, if their resultant is at an angle, if their resultant is at an angle tan inverse root 3 by 2, if their resultant is at an angle tan inverse root 3 by 2 to vector P, if the resultant is at an angle tan inverse root 3 by 2 to vector P, comma, then find the angle between P and Q. Then find the angle between P and Q. although it doesn't matter even if you draw it in this manner, but if you're marking this angle as tan inverse root 3 by 2, is tan inverse root 3 by 2 acute or obtuse? Why? Is tan inverse 4 obtuse or acute? Tan inverse 4, is that angle obtuse or acute? Tan inverse 4, is this angle acute or is it obtuse? Why? Sorry? Why is this angle acute or obtuse? Why is this acute? Lance. A simple way to determine is, right now, what is the minimum angle between two vectors possible? 0. What is the maximum angle between two vectors? 180. So, we are talking in the range 0 to 180. If tan inverse is 4, then this angle has to be acute. Why? Is tan positive or negative in the second quadrant? Negative. Is 4 positive or negative? So, which means the angle has to be acute. What is the meaning of tan inverse 4? Angle whose tan gives us 4. So, it is a positive value. In the first quadrant, tan is positive. In the second quadrant, tan is negative. Same is for cos as well. For sine, you have to be slightly careful. If it is sine inverse 1 by 2, sine inverse 1 by 2, now this can be acute or obtuse. This can be 30 degrees, 150. But if the angle between two vectors in terms of tan or cos, if it is positive, it will be obtuse. Negative, it will be, other way around. Positive, acute, negative, obtuse. Is this clear? Solve the question. What are you getting? That is so definitely incorrect. The maximum value of cos is 1. It cannot be greater than 1. What is the maximum value of sine and cos? Minimum is -1, maximum is 1. So, if you are getting cos is greater than 1, that has to be incorrect. Theta 90 is not in the options, unless the options are incorrect. It doesn't matter. No? Solve the question. Maybe that is in the options. So, just apply the formula. What is given to us? There are two vectors. P and Q, their magnitudes, P is to Q is 1 is to 2. And alpha is given as tan inverse root 3 by 2. Alpha is given as tan inverse root 3 by 2, and this is the angle between which vector? Angle between P plus Q and P. So apply the formula for tan alpha. So what do I get? Tan alpha will be how much in this case? B sin theta upon A plus B cos theta. B will be Q. So Q sin theta upon P plus Q cos theta. Now substitute the values. I'll get tan alpha is root 3 by 2. Q is 2, P is 1. In the ratio, we can take it as 1 is to 2. They'll cancel out anyways. So even if we take x and 2x, you can take it as 2 is to 1. So this is 2 sin theta upon what is P? 1 plus 2 cos theta. Now take it to the other side and solve. So what do we get? Root 3 plus 2 root 3 cos theta is equal to 4 sin theta. Now, one of the methods to solve this is, you can solve this equation in two ways. One of the ways is you can take cos theta to the other side and apply sin A plus B formula, try to apply that. The other way is square both the sides, but whenever you square, you'll get an additional root. So what that means is, you'll have to check again which one satisfied. Suppose x is 2. Now what is x square? If x is 2, what will be x square? 4. Now if I solve this equation, if x square is 4, what is the value of x? Plus minus 2. So whenever you solve, square and solve, you may get an additional root. So you'll have to substitute and check which one of them is correct. Is this clear? So one way to solve this question is square both the sides, right? Cos square theta is sin square theta, or sin square theta is cos square theta. And when you solve the quadratic equation, you'll get two values. The other method is, you can take this to the other side and use sin A plus B. So let's solve using both the methods. If I square this, what do I get? So if I square both the sides, this will be 3 plus 2 root 3 square is 12 cos square theta plus 2 into this will be 12 cos theta is 16 sin square theta. So if I write this as cos square theta, bring it to this side, what will I get? 16, 1 minus, I can write this as 16, 1 minus cos square theta. Bring this to the other side. So 16 plus 12 is 28 cos square theta plus 12 cos theta minus 3 minus 16 is minus 13 is equal to 0. Now, this is a quadratic in cos theta. You can take it as x. Are there any factors? Can you factorize this in any manner? Is this correct? Any mistakes? So this, that is not present in the options. Is this correct? Is there any mistake in this? 28 cos square theta plus 12 cos theta is minus 13. So one method is you can use the quadratic formula. So now this is a quadratic equation, 28x square plus 12x minus 13. One method is use the quadratic formula to solve. Other is you can factorize if you can. So can you factorize this? So we can see directly cos theta 60 satisfies the equation. If this is 1 by 2, what is 28 by 4? 7. What is 12 by 2? 6. 7 plus 6 is 13. 13 minus 13 is 0. So theta equals to 60 degrees, that is the answer. That satisfies the equation. But how do you solve this? Either factorize it or just write the roots, minus b plus minus. But when you solve, what is the other root that you get? Quickly solve. Minus 1. Is minus 1 satisfying this? No. Minus 1 is not satisfying this. Minus 1. But minus 1 is not satisfying this. 28 minus 52 by 56. So now the point I was trying to make is whenever you square and solve, you'll get two roots. So there are two values of cos theta which is satisfying this equation. But whenever you square, you'll always get an additional root. So you'll have to check which one of them satisfies the initial equation. Is this clear? So whenever you square and solve, you'll always get an additional root. Substitute the roots. So on solving, what are the values you are getting? One value we get is 1 by 2. What is the second value? So minus 52 by 56, which is minus 13 by 14. So just check now, these two values satisfy this, but this should also satisfy this. So which means since the first one satisfies, this is the correct answer. So what is theta equal to? 60 degrees. Is this clear? What is the other way to solve this? In this particular case, because the angle is nice, you could have also solved this by taking it to the other side. And do you remember how did we prove what is the maximum value of a sine theta plus b cos theta? What is the maximum value of a sine theta plus b cos theta? Under root a square plus b square. What was the minimum value? Minus root a square plus b square. So the way we derived this expression, you can solve this in that manner as well. Take this to the other side. So I can write it as 4 sine theta minus 2 root 3 cos theta is equal to root 3. Now take under root a square plus b square common. What is root of 4 square plus this? This is 16 plus 12. So root 28. So root 28 sine theta by root 28 into sine theta by upon 4 by root 28 minus cos theta into 2 root 3 by 28 is root 3. Now construct a right angle triangle using these values. So this is 4, this is, but in this particular case, we'll get the correct answer, but we may get this in terms of sine inverse, cos inverse. So you may not exactly get in this manner. So this is better to solve. So now you can club them together, you'll get in terms of sine theta plus alpha. If this is, or cos theta plus alpha. So if this is 2 root 3, this will be root 28. So I can write 4 as sine alpha, I can write this as cos alpha. And, or you can write this in terms of beta. Sine beta, cos beta is 4 by root 28, sine beta is 2 by root 3. So sine A cos B minus cos B sine A, sine A minus B. Theta minus beta is root 3 by root 28. Are you understanding? And from there you can find theta. But I think this is better. But just be careful, whenever you're squaring, you'll get an additional root. Is this clear? So whatever is done in class, please go home and revise. So I'll give a small worksheet for homework. They'll give you, collect it before you leave. So please revise whatever is taught in the class. Aditya, Mohit, Senduran.
also. You have somebody for maintenance of this, you can ask. Some issue, I don't know what is it. Something. Shall I see? I made little difficult paper, see them. My chemistry paper, I made little difficult. All gone. All clean bold. Highest looks like, no, that is Alok overall. Tell me in chemistry. I saw Mohit get him 46 marks.
Shraddha 46, Madhav 46.
Yes, Mohit also. I saw Mohit, Madhav. Madhav it is. Madhav, okay.
Madhav 46, Shraddha 46.
That's it, right? That is the highest. Everyone is down from up? Chilo, settle down. He's down, he's coming. Chilo, settle down fast in the class. So we are solving paper solving we have to do. But I will little bit teach first, not much. One concept I will teach from periodic properties, and then in the rest of the time we can solve paper. You got your result of the test? I just saw it down. Chemistry, I think highest is some 45, 46. Okay, and yeah, he crossed 200, so overall highest is more than 200. Only one fellow, Alok. I think 206 are your marks. Why all you four cramped up there? Come ahead. What? Permanent seat. So, I mean, four were kept in one seat. Is it? This way? Okay, then sit. I thought if you've changed, then don't change. So you will get the marks. See, and I was solving yesterday whatever we did. 7 questions I did. What do you want me to finish first? That paper, or I should first paper? Okay, as you all say. So how many questions yesterday? 57. 57 was solved, right? Yesterday, mole concept problem. I start with 58. Check. So we will solve problem number 58. And no talking in the class. I hope everybody has questions. 9 mole of D, 58 question says 9 mole of D and 14 moles of E are allowed to react in a closed vessel according to a given reaction. Calculate the number of moles of B formed in the end of the reaction. If 4 moles of G are present in the vessel, and they say percentage yield of the reaction is mentioned in the reaction. So this kind of question I had done earlier with you. They are called as series reaction. Okay, that is something which is a product in the first step, will be a reactant in the second step, and reaction goes ahead. And writing of yield means you don't get 100% yield. Okay, you will get that yield whatever is written on the arrow. So I'm very sure this type was taught to you, and I've definitely solved this kind of problem while we were doing mole concept. Okay, but still now see, I'm again doing it for you. So here first reaction is there is some 3 moles of D which is reacting with 4 moles of E, and the yield is 80%. So when you calculate as per stoichiometry, that is what is 100%. So you have to make 80% of that and go ahead. And your product is some C, 5 moles of C and plus A. This is the first step. And you will see in the second step, C is there. So we must calculate how much is the C formed in the first step. Now for that, what is the data given? They say we are starting with 9 moles of D and 14 moles of E. So if you haven't solved, solve it with me now. I'll help you solving. I want everybody who has not solved this, start solving it with me. So now this is what is given. Now how to move ahead? 9 moles of D is given. Stoichiometry says 9 moles of D is giving you 5 mole of C. 3 moles of D giving you 5 mole of C. So 9 mole will give how much? What answer will come? 15. But that 15 is if the yield is 100%. Yes or no? Okay. What stoichiometry says? 3 moles is giving 5 moles. So 3 3s are 9 moles if you start with. How much C will be formed? 15. Everybody understand? As per stoichiometry. But that 15 is not the answer here because it is 80% only. So what is 80% of 15? 12 moles. Right? So here you will calculate this way. So it is 5 by 3 into 9, and that percent will be 0.8, and you get the answer 12 moles. So I use stoichiometry and percent both together. Clear? So I'm having 12 moles of C produced in the first step. If you don't understand this, I mean you write elaborately and do it. How to write elaborately? You will say 3 mole of D is giving 5 mole of C. Therefore, 9 mole of D will give you how much? So it will be 9 into 5 upon 3, and answer will be 15 mole of C. No talking there. Is this clear? But this 15 mole of C is when it is 100%. But they write on the arrow how much it is? 80%. So 15 mole will be 100% yield. So 100% yield is 15. How much will be 80%? So this will be 15 into 80 upon 100. That will be nothing but what I did, 15 into 0.8. So I showed you one step quick calculation. For all those who don't understand, can do this way, and we get 12 mole. Is first step clear? At the end of first step, you have 12 moles. Now see the next step. In the next step here, there is 3 moles of C again, and 5 moles of G. And on the arrow now, for step 2 written 50%. And the product is 6 moles of B plus F. What is asked to us? calculate the number of moles of B formed. And they give us a new information here, starting with 4 mole of G. How much is this formed is what is asked. Now usually what we do is, we carry forward the data and we calculate. So I have two ways. If 12 mole of C, how much will be B formed if I do that? So you know that 3 mole of C is giving 6 mole of B. So 12 mole will give me how much? 24. And 50% of that should be how much? 12. But we don't see that answer. Can you check? Do you see that answer down? No. So what is the whole meaning? This may not be the limiting reagent. We did a meaningless thing. Getting it? This is not a limiting. See, your reaction will always go via limiting. Excess will remain. So then let us utilize the next data. 4 mole of G is there, which they give us in the second line. If 4 mole of G is there. So let us calculate with 4 mole of G. Tell me how much B will be formed. 5 mole of G is giving me 6 mole of B. So 4 mole will give me how much? Yes, how much is that? 4.8. So how do we calculate here? Now, okay, you can write that way and calculate, but what will be quick calculation? It will be 6 by 5 into 4. Yes or no? And then I have to take 50% of it. So what is 50% of it? I explained you there. It is in 2.5. What answer I get? 2.4 moles. Do I see that answer? So I have to check with C, I have to check with G here. That's double check. So the answer that comes with C is not there, but answer that comes with G is a part of it. So what answer we take in this case? A. Answer is A, and this is, you can say, a moderate level again. Getting percent yield is not difficult. Right? Everybody knows how to calculate with the help of percent yield. If second step somebody is not understanding, I'm writing it here for you. So your 5 mole, this is step 1, calculation. And I'm writing here for step 2. And at least you haven't got the problem, copy the solution with you. So in step 2, I will say 5 mole of G gives 6 mole of B. So 4 mole of G will give you 6 into 4 upon 5 mole of B. Clear this is? Right? And then you will calculate 50% of that. So 50% of that will be, you will say this is 100%. So what will be 50%? So this into 0.5 should be the answer. So next step, the way we did it here, percent calculation, I will say 6 into 4 upon 5 into 0.5. And the answer comes out to be 2.4 moles. Is this clear? Now tell me, after I solved it, any difficulty in this problem other than simple stoichiometry? Was it difficult? But still we missed it, right? Any doubt anywhere? Exactly, but then when we start, we don't know this, right? So I have to teach you the way of thinking. I don't guarantee that this problem will come. Something like this comes, can you omit step 1 and go to step 2? No, then that is the wrong teaching from my end. So I'll have to teach you how to go about. So you have to check in step 1. And usually it is carry forward. So I have to check with respect to C. That is how usually a series reaction is. That's not happening here. Then judge accordingly and write. So even if next time like this a series problem comes, you have to go this way only and check yourself. It might be a case that which see that answer comes will be there. And that's majority of the times what is happening. Getting it? Yes, in this case I agree you don't have to do that first step. But we can't predict that looking at a question. So you have to evaluate yourself. Is this clear? Everybody finish copying it down? Okay, so I'm going on the next question. Next question, 59. Shall I move ahead? Everybody? So see what is your question number 59. Your question number 59 says, an ideal gaseous mixture of ethane and ethene occupies 28 liters at 1 atmospheric pressure and 273 Kelvin. So when something says 1 atmosphere and 273 Kelvin, this means STP, right? Yes or no? What is STP? Standard temperature and pressure. So 273 kelvins and 1 atmosphere is STP given to us. This is what is STP given to us, right? And they are giving us combined volume, both together. Okay, this is a very good problem based on a concept. The mixture reacts completely with 128 gram of O2. So obviously when somebody gives you gram of O2, what is given? Moles of O2 is given. Yes or no? You will divide that gram by molar mass 32 and you will get the moles, which is 4. Looks like divisible number. Clearly this means 4 moles of O2 to produce CO2 and water. And they ask you mole fraction of C2H6 in the mixture. So whatever is it, what is the ethane there? How do we solve this? I mean, you just can write a balance equations for both to get the mole ratio, and of course number of moles of O2 can be calculated. So your number of moles of O2 obviously is 128 upon 32. We all know we are having 4 mole of O2. And we can write a balance equation for C2H6 plus O2 giving you CO2 plus water and another hydrocarbon here. So how do we balance this? This will be 2 CO2, this will be 3 H2O, and how much oxygen I need? 7 atoms, right? So 7 atoms is here 7 by 2 or 3.5, and I've told you that time also for stoichiometry we can do balancing in fraction, no problem. Okay, your numbers become small for calculation. Okay, fractional balancing very much allowed in stoichiometry. And next is your ethene. So ethene is C2H4 plus O2. What will be my product? Again 2 CO2 plus 2H2O. So how much O2 I need? How much oxygen I need? 6 atoms. So 6 atoms means 3 moles. So I wrote the 2 balance reactions. What is the data given to us? The data given to us is this plus this together is 28 liters. Yes or no? Now I have given you some laws while teaching you mole concept. Avogadro's law, from where that volume definition of mole came. What does Avogadro says? Equal volume of gases will always have equal number of molecules, right? So what you have to keep in mind as a fundamental thing while solving this problem is your volume is proportional to number of moles. equal volume of gases will have equal number of moles, undoubtedly. Can you try solving? I'll give you some time. Try with this hint, otherwise I'm solving for you. Just try. This concept will work here. I've given you balance reactions. See if you can solve. And I can call this as this problem. Only one I give. In 10, only one little difficult problem. It's not straight. Rest were simple, moderate, only one problem. In 10, mole concept was little thought-provoking. Had your food? Very good. So ultimately I need volume of here finally, mole fraction and volume will be same only. Everybody agrees now in this case, whatever is the volume will be the moles, right? So whether I say volume or moles, it doesn't matter. So I can assume here, let volume of ethane is X. Or you can say let moles of ethane be X. So if this is X, this will be 3.5 times X. 1 mole is 3.5 times O2, and it will give me 2 moles of CO2, and it will give me 3 moles of water, right? Now, in this equation, what I know is, I know the volume of O2. Can I use that data somehow? How much will be volume of O2? 4 moles of O2, how much will be volume of O2? 22.4 into 4, not given, but we always know how much is oxygen volume. 1 mole of any gas will occupy 22.4 liters at STP. So 4 mole of oxygen will occupy how much? 22.4 into 4. Okay, so can I write this way? My volume of O2 is 22.4 into 4. And this volume of O2 here is in these two equations. This is where that O2 is getting split into. Yes or no? A part here and part here. So whatever is this oxygen, a part is getting utilized here and a part is getting utilized here. Any doubt in that? Okay. So if this is X, how much will be? 3.5x. Any doubt in this? No. So see, 22 into 4 moles will be 3.5 into x, and then if this is x, how much will be this? Can you tell me? If x is the volume of ethane, what will be the volume of ethene? 28 minus x. I am assuming volume here. Okay, both together, see the data. both together the volume is 28 liters? Yes or no? There is a data given, C2H6 plus C2H4 together is 28 liters. I have assumed 1 as X. So how much will be another 28 minus X? Okay. So if this is 28 minus X, then how much will be this? If this is mole 1, this is 3, thrice. So if this is 28 minus X, this will be 3 into 28 minus X. Are you understanding what I have written on the board? So I get an equation. See, mole concept, real problems are after writing equation. Real, moderate to difficult problems, you should be able to write an equation in terms of X from the basis of data given. So I use the oxygen data. 4 moles means 22.4 into 4 is the total volume. And that total volume is divided into 2. So this plus 3 into 28 minus X. Now we can always solve this for X. Once you get X, you get the volume of 1, another volume is ready, that's it. Just one equation to write it was. And now understand mole concept problems of a mixture to be solved this way. And I'll give you more variations in the upcoming test. More variety. See, more you solve, you will understand. So you have to gauge out the equation out of the data and just solve it and you'll get the answer. But without writing an equation, these kind of problems do not get solved. Then you are stuck. So is this clear? I just equated the volume of oxygen from the data given. Now I'll get some value for X and that will be the answer that I am looking out for, right? But my answer is not volume, answer is mole fraction. That we can always calculate after we get volume, right? So can you solve this for X? Tell me what is X and we can finish this problem. (11.2). So 11.2 is the volume, 11.2 liter at STP. So again I am using volume and number of moles, okay, are same, we can equate them at STP, right? So what will be the mole fraction? Now I want to calculate mole fraction. Mole fraction will be number of moles of given component upon total moles. So what is number of moles of given component? 11.2 upon your 28. Total is 28. Will give you an answer. So your mole fraction of ethane is going to be number of moles of given component upon total, and you can see I'm not using moles but I'm using volume because the whole problem is on this concept. Everywhere instead of mole I have used volume. That was your Avogadro's law, right? So whatever is the answer, now tell me how much it comes, what we can take. Got the answer? 0.4. Very good, Harsha. So we get the answer 0.4. And which option we will take here? B. Option is B. Anyone has any doubt, you can talk to me. So mole concept, if you recollect, when I was doing stoichiometry, I told you that we will keep doing mixture problems. I haven't done any mixture problem like this with the equation for you. Okay, some simple I might have done, but hydrocarbon combustion mixture problem. So this is a complete class of problems from mole concept, where some data is given. With the help of that, we have to write some equation and try to solve it. Clear? So you want, I can give you one worksheet also on this, where you will get only this type of problems. And like this we drill. Going ahead we drill this way. So you find this difficult, only this 10 problems I will give. You solve. Then you are better in solving problems like this. and this way we have to go ahead. Getting it? Chalo, can I move ahead? So anybody in the class who solved this or was very lucky to get a right answer? Sometimes you are lucky. I mean, you just stick it up by fluke and you get it right. Nobody. So this went blank. Okay, no problem. Chalo, see the next now. Problem number 60. So problem number 60 says anabolic steroid. So again a big formula given to you. A 500 ml solution is prepared. So don't get scared with the big name. Okay, there is some molecular formula given to us. That's it, is more than enough. Let the name be very scary. It's okay. So there is a compound and a 500 ml solution is prepared by dissolving 10 milligram of this steroid in water. So tell me, with this data, can we calculate molarity? What we need to calculate molarity? The amount, the molecular mass, and the volume, everything is there. So everybody in the class convinced that whatever they write till here, we can get molarity, initial, M1. I call this as M1. This is initial molarity. Then they say 1 ml portion of this is diluted to a final volume 1 liter. So I had done dilution problems with you. What works in dilution problem? M1V1 is equal to M2V2. So you take 1 ml, now you put as much water in that, 1 liter, 500 ml, 2 liter, 10 liter. What doesn't change? Moles don't change when you go on adding water. So whatever is the molarity before and molarity afterwards remain same. And your molarity is M into V. Number of moles is M into V. So that we will equate. So I've given you a hint. Can everybody start calculating initial molarity here? And to do that, what is the first thing you have to do? Get the molar mass. So first step is get the molar mass of C20, H29, FO3. So calculating molecular mass, everybody in the class can do. Don't need my help, right? Yes, so it becomes 3. Some error there. Correct. 336. What you took for fluorine? So 240 plus 29 is 249 and plus 48. 85. No, 248 plus oxygen 3 is there. O3. Okay. So 48. How? This was 240, right? Where is the calculation you did? Na 240 plus 48, 288 plus 18, 306. Where is the error that you have done? This is 29 only. What is this you are adding? 29 is hydrogen 29, right? Correct. Error is in here. 19. So everybody got 336. So molecular mass comes 336. What next? Molarity calculation. So unit of molecular mass is 336 grams per mole. Now first data we use and we calculate initial molarity. Initial molarity is M1. So that milligram to be converted into grams, we cannot use it in milligrams. The problem says we are having 10 milligrams. So my weight of steroid will be 10 into 10 raised to minus 3 grams. To calculate number of moles, I need to divide it with 336. This is number of moles of solute upon volume of solution, which is in ml. So if I write 500 ml here, the conversion factor 1000 will go up. Right, this is straight substitution in molarity formula. Nothing new, nothing difficult. We calculated so many molarity problems. Yes or no? So this calculation everybody can do. Right. At least molecular mass working, at least molarity working, little bit in the class. Bharat, what happened? You can calculate molecular mass or no? You can calculate molarity or no? So then why are you not doing it? But whatever, one step, two step, try, then only you will one day reach the last step. At least till 2 steps you are right. That will give you some satisfaction. Next time, all the 3 steps will come correct. So what is the answer coming here? 1 by? Okay. So we can leave it and we can do it final calculation also. No need to finish the calculation here. Okay, you can leave it this way and do the final calculation. So when you multiply here, obviously up will be now 100 into 10 raised to minus 3 will be 10 raised to minus 1. And when you multiply this, how much is coming? 5 into 336? 1680. Okay. Now, what next now? So, this is my solution. This is my molarity of solution. Going ahead. Now, after this, what I do? I take 1 ml of this. 1 ml portion from this. And we are diluting it into 1 liter. So, how do we do this? For this is the dilution equation I gave you. So what is the whole meaning? Whole meaning of this is whatever are the moles before and whatever are the moles afterwards are same. So when you dilute, you add water, right? You are not adding that steroid. Whatever will come from that 1 ml, that's it will be there. But because you add water, because the volume will change, molarity will change, but moles are conserved. Okay, so how is the next thing that we do? So how much will be the volume that I will be taking? 1, right? So I substitute this only 10 raised to minus 1 into 1680. Volume is 1 and here molarity 2. That's what is asked to me, final molarity. And what will be the volume now final that I write here? 1000. And now solve this for M2. You'll have to do that calculation. We'll have to, yeah, the answer is around C. Here or there, we'll have to, no escape from that. We'll have to do that calculation in this case. So after doing this, your M2 comes out to be So answer of this problem is C, and that finishes your 10 problems of mole concept. I had only given 10 problems of mole concept, which you all found it difficult. So whatever analysis, and then this problem, I don't say difficult or moderate. This was simple, right? State substitutions, no twist, nothing here. Okay, only if you forgot the formula, you can't do. So in that, one problem was difficult, two were moderate, 7 were simple. Final analysis of these 10 problems. You need to work hard. Shall we go ahead now? Next problem. So next problem says select incorrect graph. So I tried to give some graphical questions from atomic structure, as you do get graphical questions. 2, 3 I had given in this paper. So I tried to give variations. This time 2, 3 graphical questions. So you have to select incorrect graph for velocity of electron in an orbit. Different graphs are there, versus Z, versus 1 upon n and n. So for all this, which equation you have to recollect? To solve problem number 61, tell me which equation? Velocity in the nth orbit equation. What was that? If you know that formula, you can gauge out the answer. So what? Yes, the formula was 2.188 into 10 raised to 6 into Z by n. Right? So now what does this tells you? Your velocity is directly proportional to Z. Any doubt? So if something is directly proportional, how the graph will look like? A straight line. So is C correct representation? C graph, C. Yes or no? So we have to look out for incorrect. C looks very much correct. Then the velocity is also directly proportional to 1 by n. If it is n, inversely proportional. But if I say 1 by n, it is directly proportional. So even B graph is correct. Yes or no? The same thing, I mean this is, so velocity here is directly proportional to Z. Velocity here is directly proportional to 1 by n. But velocity is inversely proportional to n. This is what it means. So if you are plotting 1 by n, it is directly proportional. If you are plotting n, then it is inversely proportional. Getting it? So B also looks correct. And when inversely proportional, how we get a graph? Rectangular hyperbola? Yes or no? I had done this kind of a graphs with you. XY equals to constant here. So your A graph also is correct. That is what is inversely proportional. See, whenever you are plotting this, what is the whole meaning of inversely proportional? As the n will increase, velocity will go on decreasing. Yes or no? That is what is inversely proportional. So what is not correct is the D graph. So can you see that D graph is showing you a negative intercept aligned with a negative slope? You can't get that. Is everybody understanding this? So what is the answer of 61? Is D. What is incorrect? So A, B and C are correct. So maybe some other question which is correct comes, then you must know that 3 graphs were perfect here. The fourth had an error. Can we go ahead? One more graphical question now. 62. The energy of an electron moving in nth Bohr's orbit of an element is given by, they give you the equation, En is equal to minus 13.6 n square into z square electron volt per atom. And then graph of E versus z square. Yes, so here what is the key? Equation is given to us and you all know the equation. Your energy is proportional to, that negative sign is there, z square upon n square, but it comes with a negative sign. I remove the constants, but negative sign is there. And then your kinetic energy, had it been kinetic energy, negative sign goes. Right, I had given you a relation between total energy and kinetic energy. Magnitude same, sign opposite. So if it is for energy, it has to be that negative sign. Only one graph is explaining that. Only one. That is B. Rest we cannot account for that negative sign. So once you understand that negative sign part, no doubt here, your answer is B. So is 62 clear, everybody? They give you equation also. And when equation is not given, I mean you must know the basic formulas. It's not that always equation will be given to you. Is that clear? Then one more graphical question. This I think, I mean how many of you could solve 61, 62 in the class? Only one boy. You really solved? Or you were lucky? Okay. What about you? Solved. Understood the graphs. Okay. So graphical questions is the thing in physics and chemistry. Now sir is teaching you little maths and some equations. And then in gaseous state I'll again teach you how to plot a graph and like this. But graphical questions are actually, if you understand, then it doesn't take any time. The time part is very less. So these kind of questions we shouldn't omit, we should hit. Because instead of something a very long calculation problem, these kind of questions always save your time in a competitive exam. See the next one, which says which graph shows how the energy of photon of a light is related to its wavelength. So what equation I have to check? Obviously E is equal to hc by lambda. So what is the equation that I get? Energy and wavelength are inversely proportional. Which graph says so? Only 1D. Rectangular hyperbola, same case, same thing. This way, inversely proportional. So answer is D. So we solve this with this. Clear? Next problem, problem number 64. The mass of a particle is given 10 raised to minus 10 grams and its radius is 2 into 10 raised to minus 4 centimeter, and if its velocity is 10 raised to minus 6 centimeter per second with 0.001% uncertainty in measurement. So what is given? This is your del x given, uncertainty in measurement given. Then the uncertainty in position, no, so uncertainty in position is asked. So uncertainty in measurement of velocity is given as 0.001% and they ask you del x. Tell me why that mass is given there? M into delta V. So this is a straight substitution in the formula of your Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. So everybody recollect the formula. What all the conversions that we have to do? We have to get del V. They give you del V in percent. You cannot substitute del V in percent. You'll have to get del V. Tell me what is the whole meaning of del V in percent? Velocity is 10 raised to minus 6. Into that percent, you have to calculate. You need to calculate del V here. So mass given, first calculation, conversion of mass to kg. We cannot use mass in grams here, as we will be working in SI system. First conversion, this. So 10 raised to minus 10 will become 10 raised to minus 13 kilogram. First conversion. Second conversion, the velocity is 10 raised to minus 6. But we have error. How much is the error? 0.001%. So what will be 0.001% of 10 raised to minus 6 is going to be your del V. Are you understanding? You cannot directly substitute that number. So your del V calculation will be 0.0001 upon 100 into 10 raised to minus 6. So what I am doing? I am taking 0.001% of 10 raised to minus 6. That's the error. Okay, meaning is if velocity is 100 meters per second and error is 1%, means how much is the error? 1 meter is the error. So I am calculating the error part, del V part. And one conversion also here. What conversion I need? Velocity is given in centimeters. I need to convert it into meters. So I'll multiply here by 10 raised to minus 2. And then I will get the answer in meters. Is everybody understanding? Meter per second. So this is what is del V calculation. Okay, you cannot substitute that number. That is the error part. Velocity given, error given, calculate that. And then put for del V. So how much is this coming? 10 raised to minus 14, right? This will be 10 raised to minus 14 meter per second. Is it clear till here? But now you have everything, state substitution in Heisenberg uncertainty principle. Del x into del p is equal to h upon 4 pi. And what we substitute here is del x into m into del v in this problem. All variations of Heisenberg formula, I have given it to you. And now in our case, you need to solve this for del x. So you will say del x will be equal to h upon m into del v into 4 pi. But now every number you have, just put it and get the answer. Every number you have and all the numbers are in your SI system. You have to get it in SI system. So again, there is no difficulty level. You will have to do one calculation here. Believe me, you will find this kind of problems at the end of your 11th standard NCERT textbook. Please check. Your uncertainty principle problems are this way only. One uncertainty given, another asked. This is the NCERT problem. No IIT here at all. So we will have to write the mass. So everybody knows what is mass of electron, right? not mass of electron here, a body given 10 raised to minus 13 kg, I'll have to put that. So mass is 10 raised to minus 13 kg here, and this error is 10 raised to minus 14 into 4 into pi. And you can take 22 by 7 also if that helps you in calculation. Yeah, now the answer comes A. Over. So which option 64 we take? A option. Answer of 64 is A. See the next problem, 65. Any problem based on, your quantum numbers or orbitals, believe me, they are very conceptual and easy. Once you know the concept, no time is consumed. So 65 is one such problem. Arrange the orbitals of H atom in an increasing order of their energy. If you recollect, when I gave you N plus L rule and I told you energy of orbitals, I explained you with a clarity, if it is a single electron species like H, it will follow a sequence, right? This is a concept. For single electron, you cannot grade into 2s and 2p. All second shell will 1. All third shell will have 1 energy. So I taught you this concept for 65. So answer is A directly. Conceptual. So no time goes in 65. Now see 66. Which of the following set of quantum number of electron will have highest energy? Yes, 65 is A. That's what I said. I have made you write this. Please open up the notes. Go back now. Yeah, that's what I say. Answer is A. Get back to the notes. Please turn and see the notes. I'm explaining. This is where I say you guys are never focused during the lecture. This is what happens. Yeah, I am explaining. I'm here. I've taught this concept 100% in the class. Yes, for hydrogen-like species. Whole story is that. Don't argue. Go back. I have discussed this in the notes. When I taught this, you were not focused. While solving, you are not focused. This is the thing. Please turn the page. Go to, I'll tell you where I have taught. Go back to quantum numbers. I want everybody to open up chemistry book, go to quantum numbers and check angular quantum number where I have taught you n plus L rule. Go back. So I've explained you n plus L rule there. Have I clearly mentioned what happens for hydrogen-like species in the notes? Yes or no? Is the same thing given in the notes or not? So then who is at fault? You or me? So you were not focused when I taught you that, and again in the exam you were not focused. What question is asked? Bacha, you have to be very smart for the exam. You cannot be half-heartedly sitting in the class, half-heartedly sitting in the exam hall when the exam is like JEE. You can't do this. This is not board. So everybody convinced now in the class that answer is A. And no error now. Same question repeats. Nobody is going to do this error. Now all your knowledge use for 66 and solve. That n plus L. 66 you can solve. Tell me. What should be the answer? 66. B. Right? So, all those who don't know here, your A orbital is 3 and it is 3D. Your B orbital is 4F. Your C orbital is 4S. And your D orbital is 5S. Sorry, 4P. They have given you 1. So this is 4P. Is it clear? And then I have given you n plus rule. With a clarity the answer comes. There is no tie also here. So 4 plus 3 is 7. This is 3 plus 2, 5. This is 7. This is 5 and this is this. So answer is B undoubtedly. No doubt at all. All clear? Chalo, see the 67 problem. And they say the orbital diagram in which both the Pauli's exclusion principle and Hund's rule are violated. So Pauli says, what Pauli says? No two electrons in a given atom will have same set of quantum numbers. So in D, we see both the electrons placed with the same spin. So they are going to have, see here, I'm talking about 67 and this D option. These are the two electrons which will have same set of quantum number. Everybody agrees? All 4 quantum numbers will be same. So here Pauli's is going wrong. And when there are 4 electrons, I have to put them singly and then pairing. So answer is this D option. 67 answer is D option. Is it clear? See 68, and I think for this question somebody had some query also. They had called me for this question that data given is not sufficient or something somebody is asking. Like this also had happened yesterday. So I said the question is correct. 68 question. The probability of finding electron in dxy orbital is. So tell me, what is a dxy orbital? If this is your x-axis and this is your y-axis, how do we plot dxy? This way. I had given you a diagram. I clearly told you कि when it is a dxy, it's a non-axial orbital. Whole meaning of non-axial orbital is electron cloud not on the axis but between the two. So what should be the most appropriate answer? Tell me now. D. It cannot be along x, along y, along x, along z, along y, along z. It is at an angle 45 degrees with x. See this. So answer of 68 is D. Any doubt anyone has here? So this was a question on shape of the orbitals. Not difficult again. Atomic structure, all questions were simple. Nothing difficult. 69. Which of the following set of quantum number is impossible for an electron? So what is impossible in D? Yes. So answer is D here. I am explaining for somebody who is not understanding. Check D. So here if n is 3 and L is 2, then m can be minus 2, minus 1, 0, plus 1 and plus 2. This is the error. M cannot be minus 3. As your m takes value from minus L to 0, 2 plus L. Everybody knows this. What are the values of m? M will start with minus L to 0 to plus L. All clear? Was this a difficult question? Tell me. Very simple, right? Basic understanding of quantum number formulas you can solve. So even this was easy. Then in question 70 they say, how many electrons in an atom can have this set of quantum numbers? So n is 4, L is 2, m is minus 2, and s is plus half. How to solve this kind of a problem? Tell me. So when they say 4 and L is 2, what is this orbital? Tell me name of the orbital. 4D. Right. So they are talking about 4D. Now everybody knows when it is 4D subshell, there are 5 orbitals. With respect to magnetic quantum number, it will be this way. One orbital will be minus 2. Okay. And plus half means only one electron here. That's it. Yes or no? No, there can be problems here where they don't give you spin and then your answer can be more than that. They don't give you magnetic, your answer can be more than that. So they can twist. I can't say always the answer will be 1. No, you evaluate. Your answers can be more than 1 also. Right now it is 1. And understand, if this data is not given, then what will be our answer? Then it becomes 2. If magnetic quantum number is not given, then our answer will further change. Getting it? So you evaluate each question and write the answer. So answer of 70 question is A. All clear? Was this a difficult question? So why you couldn't take during the exam? Tell me that. So now everybody, when I'm solving, everybody feels easy, right? But in the exam, some gadbad happens. Chalo, see the next. The radius of H atom. So numerical type. Questions. Radius of H atom is given 0.2116 nanometers. And they ask you kinetic energy of in electron volts of electron present in this orbit. Tell me, how do I go about this? How to get here kinetic energy? What can be the shortest way possible? I don't want the long cuts. Yeah, because we have to save time, right? Find what? N. First step is find N. Substitute in the energy formula. Get energy. And kinetic energy will have same magnitude but opposite sign. So from R. So we have R given. Question number 71. See who couldn't solve for them. Use this formula. Radius of nth orbit is 0.529 into n square upon z square. Answer given to us. So I am converting this nanometer into Armstrong. As this data is in Armstrong. Yes. So solve this for n. First step. Get me the answer of n. N is 2. Right? Easily divisible number. So from this we get n equals to 2. Now what next? You got this. So you need to calculate energy of second shell, which will be minus 13.6 z square upon n square. So it will be, we know the numbers. I told you to memorize the numbers. This is minus 3.4. So your kinetic energy answer will be plus 3.4. But for all those who don't know the number, they can still substitute, get the answer. So this will be minus 3.4 electron volts. This is E2. So your kinetic energy and total energy is same magnitude, sign opposite. Yes, obviously. The answer has to be plus 3.4. That plus is the whole essence. You can. Why? You can write up to second decimals also here. They will give you instructions, bacha, accordingly. So these are actual paper problems. I'll show you. Actual paper problems picked up. So if you have that, here, so they don't call integer type. See, if they say integer type, then I can't. If it is a numerical type, so now it is a numerical type, no more integer type. And in advance, sometimes it is integer. Everybody understands the difference between integer and numerical when I say. So, if it is an integer type, yes, I can't put. I agree to you. If it is a numerical type, they will write up to second decimal by rounding it off. So, you solved it as an integer type and you will lose marks. Pakka. Is that clear? And these are actually JEE shift picked up problems asked in JEE. So, don't keep that doubt that only one digit I have to write. That is if the question is integer type. In all the other cases, numerical question means write with proper significant figures, rounding it off, all the rules applied with the sign, whatever best you can put. Now let's see what it is. I don't by heart the questions and keep, let me check. So question number 72 says, an hydrogen atom in its ground state absorbs 1.5 times as much energy as the minimum required to, this is not coming single digit, bacha sahi. This is not coming, even the answer is not coming single digit. No question of rounding it off, you made some error then. The answer will go up to two decimals, here also. That's where you all lost. Bacha, decimal, see when they say round it off, the instructions will be write up to second decimal, and if they write round it off, means you have to use the rules of significant figures. If they specify to round it off, means if you don't round off properly, still you're going to lose marks. They do specify all this. They do specify. You can Google if you don't know this. 2018, there is a court case went to Supreme Court for rounding off in JEE Advance. You can Google and check yourself. Yeah. For this rule of JEE. And it was granted in for JEE. They specified, right? You can't. If they give instruction, you have to follow. Yeah, there was. As a teacher, we read all this, no? So I'm telling you. So all things have happened, but if the instruction is given, ultimately you have to do, and they don't grant then. They don't grant. If they say up to second decimal and you just write up to one decimal also, so answer is 3.12. See, for advance it becomes very steep, right? Somebody loses IIT admission because of this. So the answer is 3.12, somebody writes 3.1 and is losing marks and was always knowing that the answer is 3.12. So that's what I'm saying again. All this is now here happening. A teacher is discussing, understand. Because nobody is going to listen to you in the actual exam. That's the reason I said somebody went to Supreme Court and fought about this point. You can Google and check. So nothing happens. In favor of IIT. In favor of IIT. Up to second decimal, if they instruct up to second decimal, you can't. And that was the first time. So the whole story, that year, you can check that year's paper, advanced paper, till 2018, advanced paper always used to be MCQ type. That was the first year student went inside, okay, and paper 1, out of whatever was the paper, 60% questions, I clarity remember, 40% were MCQ type and remaining 60 were without options. They were zapped inside. It happened for the first time. There were no options given and they were supposed to calculate up to second decimal in 60% of the cases, in physics also, in maths also, in chemistry also, and type the answers. This happened first ever in 2018. So a lot of chaos that year. As before that, it never happened. JEE Advanced, when it went online, it was expected that it will be MCQ type only, as it used to be MCQ type. And there will be some integer or something like this. But that year, 60%, that is the toughest one of the paper, and the paper, chemistry was very tough that year. So on that, chemistry was tough that year. And without option. So that year, it was a lot of chaos. Very less marks students got in IIT. And very good students didn't got good marks that year. Because see, so many times now when you are getting trained, you are looking at the option and gauging the answer. You belong to this category. Many people belong to this category. They solve, they look ABCD. Okay, this looks good, they go ahead. All these students lose when the game changes this way. All these students lose. So I don't say they were not good. They were good, but they lost it to this game that IIT gave them that year. And it was very low scoring, around 120 marks, top 7 IIT admissions happened that year. 120 mark open category went in top 7 IIT that year. It was one of the lowest scoring IIT because, and both the papers. So first, after first paper, the student came out. It was very bad. 60% this way is unimaginable. Then yes, they got the counseling, and then second paper was also same. So everybody scored better in second than in first. So it's not that you can't do it, but then when it suddenly comes, you fumble. When you're prepared, so for the second paper, everybody was prepared. So everybody recovered in the second paper. But first paper, everybody scored bad in that paper. And do solve, when you're prepared, do solve 2018 JEE advanced paper, which was this way. Something very different happened that year. So everything, so that's the reason always read the instructions given to you in the paper. Don't assume the things. Okay, way back in some 2002 or 2003, there was AIEEE then. This was not mains and advanced. It used to be AIEEE, AIPMT and JEE. JEE is only for advanced. So that AIEEE was all for NIT admissions. So there it used to be always a 3-mark question and -1, +3, -1 pattern. And one fine year, they graded the questions. That is, in the question paper, some questions are of 1.5 marks, some questions are of 3 marks, some questions are of 4.5 marks. And negative is 1/3 of it. This way, so they defined that paper that way. And meaning is a difficult 4.5 mark question was a difficult question. And 1.5 mark question was an easy question. And 3 mark question was a moderate question. So what I say simple, moderate, difficult, they also gauged it marks wise. And these kind of things have been done previously. So right now what is happening, somebody solving simple and somebody solving difficult, get equal marks, +4. So when they do this way, only that who scores good will be the one who is solving difficult and not the one who is solving simple. That also happened one year. I don't say this will happen again. I don't know what will happen. So for when it is IIT, we just show you all possibilities and probabilities. What will come your way is you and me both will see for the first time. I don't know. But I have to teach you this way. Getting it? Chalo, let's go ahead. So problem number 71. So all of you now next time for a numerical type, learn from your mistakes. Gear up. Problem number 72 says an electron in a hydrogen atom in its ground state absorbs 1.5 times as much energy as the minimum required to escape from the atom. Tell me how much is the minimum energy required to escape from the atom? 13.6. Right? So 13.6 into 0.5 will be the energy, right, needed to, yes, that will be the energy, 1.5 multiplied by, right, then if the velocity of emitted electron is y into 10 raised to 6 meter per second, then find the value of y. So after getting the kinetic energy of emitted electron, you just have to substitute in half m into v square and solve. Everybody understood this? Start solving with me. What is the answer coming now? Answer coming 3.12 in this problem? Yes. No? Is it? Let me check. So kinetic energy of emitted electron. How much will be kinetic energy of emitted electron? Tell me. No, that's where you made a mistake, bacha. So you did 20.4. What is the error? See, you made a conceptual error. I'll explain you. I'll read the problem once again. The problem says an electron in a hydrogen atom in its ground state absorbs 1.5 times as much energy as the minimum energy required to escape. And you all did 1.5 into 13.6. This is my understanding. Okay. So this is the total energy absorbed. Total energy taken. Yes or no? Now out of this 13.6 is to remove electron. So that is gone. How much is the kinetic energy? The remaining part. 0.5 times 13.6. 6.8. Is this part clear to you? See, when I taught you photoelectric effect, I told you that some energy goes to remove electron and remaining is kinetic energy. So here some energy is going to remove electron and remaining is kinetic energy. So if you want to solve this, I'll solve it for you. So an electron in an hydrogen atom absorbs, so kinetic energy nahi, I'll have to show it energy absorbed. So here energy absorbed is you are right. So energy absorbed will be 1.5 into 13.6 and this answer will be 20.4, right? 20.4 electron volts. Now out of this 20.4 electron volts, where the 13.6 will go? To take out the atom, electron from the atom, yes or no? So what will be the kinetic energy? Kinetic energy can't be 20.4. Kinetic energy will be 20.4 minus 13.6. Is everybody in the class understanding this point? So your kinetic energy of emitted electron (20.4 minus 13.6 eV). So you all went conceptually wrong here. Now solve and get the answer. 6.8 and solve this now further. So what is solving further? Now this is your kinetic energy. We need to know velocity and that too in meter per second. So electron volt to be converted. So we have this formula for kinetic energy which is equal to half m into v square. So your kinetic energy will be 6.8 electron volts converted into joules. And into mass of electron 9.1 into 10 raised to minus 31 and into v square. This way. The velocity comes 1.55 into 10 raised to 6 meter per second. So your answer, this is a integer type, right? So your y here is not integer, numerical type. To be typed this number. You missed it just by narrow margin. How much you? Very bad. So everybody understood how to solve this? All clear? Can I go ahead? Next question, 73. So 73 should be easy. Anybody solve this 73? This is integer. 73 is integer. What is the answer, Alok, you got? Now bus, हो गया. अभी integer में क्या मतलब? Nothing remains, right? 5 integers are already out. No. Question number 73. The excitation energy of an electron moving in an orbit of H atom is 10.2 electron volts. So excitation energy is 10.2 electron volts and the number of waves made by electron. So how you understand number of waves made by electron? Where I taught you this, you calculate n, and n is the number of waves made by electron, de Broglie's. I validated the angular momentum thing. So that, what you can say, that example that I solved, I showed you 3 waves by drawing also, and the n was 3. So you just have to solve this for n. Whatever is the answer of n, that much will be the wave, and here it can't be fraction. As n cannot be fraction, number of wave can't be fraction, so answer comes integer. Now can you solve it for n? True. Yes. So you are solving by spectral lines formula only here, no? Almost. So what is excitation energy formula that we write here? So excitation energy will be 13.6 into z square into 1 upon here 1 square minus 1 upon n square, and solve this for n. See what you get as n. And the answer is 10.2. This is 10.2, right? And the answer of n comes 2, so number of waves here are 2. So numerical type question 73, answer is 2. Tell me, was this a difficult question? Not at all, right? Believe me, not at all. 74th question. So 74th question is, in a discharge tube, there are only 2 hydrogen atoms. If the electrons in both the atoms are de-exciting from 4th orbit. So what is de-exciting? Coming down from 4th orbit. The maximum number of spectral lines of different wavelength should be respectively. Tell me what answer you wrote. I told you this kind of a problem, you draw and count. Formula doesn't work. 4. Okay. So which 4 you counted? Can you tell me? Okay, see here. What error you did, I am explaining. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And I am having, the problem clearly says, so see, I had given you that formula n2 minus n1 into n2 minus n1 plus 1, number of spectral lines. That is in a sample. I clearly told you when it is not a sample, then minimum is always going to be 1 and maximum is going to be n minus 1. But for one atom, now there are 2. This is where a whole story is. So what is the meaning of 2 hydrogen atom? 2 electrons. So maximum line, suppose this is my first electron. How this can come down? By giving me maximum, it will come here and then from here to here, from here to here. So I'll count 3 lines for this. Yes or no? Now what error you did? When the question is maximum lines, you did the next electron. For the next electron, instead of 1 step, you took 2 steps. And then this is common only. 2 to 1 is common only. You counted 4. Okay. Now here, instead of that, can we do some other way? Is there any other way? Yeah, that is one way, but that will be 4 only, right? So one possibility what he says is do this way. So when I am doing this way for the second electron, still 3 plus 1 is 2 only. And if I do this way, so we will count maximum. I'll finally take 2 only. This way, then this should not be counted. And again the number is 3 plus 1, 4 only. And if I do this and this, answer should be 4. 4 only here. So whether I count this or this, answer for 74 remains 4. So we can give marks to any of this. Both are equal only options as far as number of spectral line is concerned. What can be one more way here? One more way is this one step and this. Right? But still the number will be, so I can't count this then. I'll have to count this. Okay, so either way, so if I'm taking this and this, so 1 and 2, so 1 and 2, these are my 2, the total is 4. If I take 1 and third, okay, 1 and third, my total is 4. If I take 1 and 4, still my total is 4 only. So answer remains 4 for 74th problem. This is purely integer type. That is there in your head. 75th problem. There is a graph given and they ask you between stopping potential and incident frequency. Okay, so what is that 1.7 given? Who will tell me? Work function. So for 75, looking at the graph, you have to understand for question number 75, looking at the graph, you have to understand that work function W is 1.7 electron volts. And in photoelectric effect, I have given you this kind of graphs. You can check, go back, check photoelectric effect. This graph was given. And then the problem is over. Once you know work function, I will use that photoelectric effect equation. Your Ke max will be equal to your Hc by lambda. So there I write 1240 upon the wavelength given 310 minus the work function. Everybody understands what I am doing. Your Ke max is h nu minus h nu 0. H nu 0 is 1.7. H nu I am calculating. So this is divisible. This will be simply 4 minus 1.7. Answer is 2.3. And so I reduce 1 0 there. Instead of 2400, I have just made it 1240. 1 0 is less. Or you can convert, answer will come 4. You're comfortable this way, we can go this way, it doesn't make any difference. But I had converted that to nanometer only and I've solved. So answer of 75 should be this. So that's it about the paper. And then again this problem, NCERT problem. In the numerical, what can be called as IIT problem was counting spectral lines. That's it, one IIT problem. They don't have this concept. They have only formula base in NCERT that N2 minus N1 into N2 minus N1 plus 1. Only that, sample spectral lines. They don't have for individual atom where you have to count and all this. So that part that I taught you is not your CBSE part, extra. So that's the reason this goes as a IIT question. Rest are basic only. So was the paper tough? Tell me now. Your answer. It was not tough, right? But you made mistakes. Nobody scored above 50. So, and Alok is highest, 206 marks overall. He has done good in maths and physics, and he is not highest in chemistry. Chemistry, he has 45 marks, and there are some other 2-3 boys who have 46. 46 is the highest in chemistry in this paper. That's what I quickly saw. There may be somebody more than 46, then maybe let me know. But otherwise, Madhav in chemistry, 46 marks. And one more, Shraddha. Who is Shraddha? Yes, Shraddha. So she got 46. Two people got 46, Alok got 45. And if anybody is more than 46, do let me know, because just they got the result and I just quickly saw. So there can be somebody more than 46. And you all did very good in physics and maths. Okay. So that finishes this paper. Can I little bit teach periodic properties? Little bit today, little bit, one formula. Just one formula. One rule I am teaching, that's it. And rest we will continue. So next paper is periodic, and tomorrow onwards do keep your booklet with you. So did you revise your periodic table? Something you did about it after going home? So anybody in the class who made a blank periodic table at home the way I told you to make? Anybody in the class? Please do that. So I told you about basic periodic tables. Some families start learning. At least keep a Xerox of a periodic table along with you. And now you have something, but see, all of you have scribbled in such a way that you yourself are not going to understand what that table is about. So at least, yeah. So you have a Xerox, right? So he has sticked a Xerox to his chemistry book. Something like that. We keep it. Chalo. So what next I am teaching you? So we learned about modern periodic table, and the next part is I have to teach you. A bag is there. So much time you were sitting without you had a book, a rough book. What about chemistry book? So that was rough and now this is fair. Okay. Whatever is your concept. Chalo. So let me teach you one effect. Okay, that came somewhere in drawbacks of Bohr's model. You remember me talking about screening or shielding effect? So I'll just explain you that today. Okay? So I'm explaining you the screening effect. Screening effect or shielding effect. Now see, what is this? Pay attention. Now though we know that there is a quantum mechanical model, though we know that we cannot pinpoint the position of electron, still there is a nucleus undoubtedly, and there are shells undoubtedly. But it is not pinpoint. There will be a whole region here where electron will be there. Now see, I am having a atom, and say right now the last electron is present in the fourth subshell. No talking here on the first bench, Bharat and his friend. No talking. See and understand. Periodic property is a very simple chapter. Everybody who couldn't do good in mole and atomic can recover in this chapter. There are recovery chapters. Even an average student can score in those chapters. Periodic property belongs to that. It's factual, little bit knowledge here and there, you can click a problem. Okay, so I'm talking about an atom which has electrons up to the fourth shell. What is the whole meaning? There will be electrons here, 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 and then here. Yes or no? Now see what happens now. What changes when multiple orbits electrons is there? As against hydrogen's one electron. Where was hydrogen's one electron? Right here, closest to the nucleus in the first shell. So when electron is closest to the nucleus, it is experiencing an inward pull. That is called as nuclear attraction, or we use a word now, effective nuclear charge. And it is not nuclear charge. It is called effective nuclear charge. Now up to now you know nuclear charge. How do you know nuclear charge? If there are say 20 protons and 20 electrons, what will be the nuclear charge? Plus 20. Yes or no? Proton is positively charged. So positively charged protons, 20 in the nucleus, what will be the nuclear charge? Plus 20, as neutron is neutral. So whatever is the atomic number equal to that with a plus sign is nuclear charge. Everybody understand? If I am talking about sodium, how much will be nuclear charge? Plus 11. Atomic number with a plus sign. Now the whole thing is, when I am having sodium, or let me take an example of calcium, as I have gone up to fourth shell. So calcium's configuration, if I write, calcium is atomic number 20, and when I write the electronic configuration, 1s2, 2s2, 2p6, 3s2, 3p6, and then 4s2. So last electron is in 4s, the way I have shown you. 2 electrons in 4s. But there are so many electrons in between the nucleus and the last electron. Will you agree? Okay, when it was hydrogen, there was nothing in between nucleus and that one electron of hydrogen. As we have multi-electron atom, between the nucleus and that last electron, many electrons will come in between. Now what does electron do? Now there are 20 protons and the charge here is plus 20. Now is this plus 20 experienced by all the electrons equally? Answer is no. Getting it? Why no? Because there is a electron blocking other electrons from receiving the nuclear charge. They come in between. The orbital is a region, right? Orbital has electrons, has some mass, some cloud. And if something is coming in between, then there is some hurdle coming. And that way, as you go on going more and more out, the nuclear charge becomes less and less. So what is experienced by a first shell electron will be maximum. What is experienced by a second shell electron will be still less, as first shell electron will block. For third shell, first and second will block. For fourth shell, first shell, second shell, and third shell electron will block. So what happens is, whatever is the receivable nuclear charge, to that we call Z effective. This is what is effective nuclear charge. Ideally it should be plus 20. Is it reaching plus 20 here? No, little less. Is it reaching that little less of first shell here? No, further less. And like this, as we go away, it becomes further less. And this is called as screening. Okay, this is called as screening effect. So as you are having more number of shells, more will be the screening. But now see what happens due to this screening. Due to this screening, the last electron becomes loosely held by the nucleus. And it is easy to go, easy to remove, because nuclear attraction on that last electron has decreased now. More shells in between, more easy to knock out that electron. Are you getting it? So did you understood the whole concept of screening or shielding? the electrons are shielding other electrons from nuclear charge. And does that mean now first shell has to shield the second shell? No, within a shell also. So in this shell there are 2s electrons and 2p also. They also can shield each other because electronic movement is random. Within a shell also, a particular electron can come between the nucleus and another electron. When they are spinning around their own axis also, they can come in between the other electron. So it's not that only in our shell. Within a shell also you experience screening. So is the concept of screening clear to you? I'll make you write. Give the heading screening effect or shielding effect. And start writing fair notes. Fair. Decrease in force of attraction. Decrease in force of attraction. Exerted by the nucleus. Decrease in force of attraction exerted by the nucleus on the valency electrons due to the presence of electrons in the inner shell. Due to the presence of electrons in the inner shell is called screening effect or shielding effect. Higher the number of inner electrons, greater the number of inner electrons, greater is the screening effect. Okay, now see what is been done is, so everybody understood that how much will be screening will be different for individual electron based on where it is placed from the nucleus. Now we are having one number calculation. This number is denoted by sigma and this number is called the screening constant. So I'll give you some rules, some calculations. With the help of that, we can calculate how much is the screening experienced by that particular electron. And then from that, we can calculate Z effective. This is also shown as Z star. So what is Z star? Your Z star is actual nuclear charge minus the screening. Did you understood the whole concept? So if there are 20 protons, actually plus 20 should be the nuclear charge, but something gets screened. So I say 5 gets screened. So how much is the net receivable now? 15 only. Now it is 15 for second shell. It will be further less for third, further less for fourth. And we have some rules. Based on that, we keep getting these numbers. You can get these numbers. Now these numbers give you some idea to understand. Okay, and they are by some random calculations by doing some assumptions. Okay, the rules that I tell you has lot of drawbacks moving ahead, which I'll teach you as we move ahead. But right now they give you a very clear idea about effective nuclear charge. To teach you any property, this concept needs to be clear. How much is effective nuclear charge on a particular electron, and which is not equal to the nuclear charge. These two are different things. Is this clear? So your nuclear charge is actual number of protons present in the nucleus, and effective will be always less than that. Due to which effect? Screening. So what a particular electron is experiencing is always less than the actual, because some electron is always screening in between, always standing in between, and then it is receiving something less. Like in the sun, you open up an umbrella, then something less will come as it gets filtered out that way. So there will be electron clouds in between. So what passes ahead is less, this way. So I will teach you about calculation of this sigma, and this sigma or screening constant is calculated by paper distribution. Okay, abhi dena hai. Okay. So it is given by a rule called Slater rule. So what I'll do is last 10-15 minutes I'll dictate you out these rules today, and we will solve problems when we are fresh. Is that okay? So let us, it's a rule, so like 5-6 points are there. So I'll finish the dictation part today of giving you the rules, and learn and come, and tomorrow we start doing problems on Slater rule, and we will go ahead. What is it now? Keep it there. Who asked you to distribute? Who asked you? Keep it. Chalo, start writing. So where I stopped, let me use my 10 minutes to dictation. The screening effect, yeah. So greater is the screening effect. This was the last statement. Continue writing quickly. The screening effect constant is represented by sigma. The screening effect constant is represented by sigma. The magnitude of sigma, can be determined by Slater rule. The magnitude of sigma can be determined by Slater rule. So Slater rule is different for Ns and Np electrons. Now why this way? Okay, when we saw the shape of the orbital, all the s orbital, p orbital, d orbital and f orbital, which is closest to nucleus is s, then is p, then is d, and then is f. Shape wise, okay, s was spherical, p was dumbbell, d was double dumbbell. But what happens is, the shape becomes bigger and bigger. You have seen, the sphere was small, but the dumbbell, the cloud is spread. Double dumbbell, the cloud is more spread. How many electrons are there in every orbital? 2 only. So 2 orbital of s are compact. P are spaced up, diffuse. D are more diffuse. F is more diffuse. So what is happening? Their screening capacity is not equal. Okay, if I have to give you as per screening, which orbital electron screen most effectively is S, then P, then D and then F. Because S is most denser. Everybody understand? Electron cloud is denser in S. P, the same cloud, is now occupying more area. D is furthermore. F furthermore. So many cases you will see that D and F is coming in between but not blocking the charge efficiently. Which orbital block the charge efficiently is S and P. So Slater rule for S and P is different and D and F is different because every electron is not blocking equally. S electron blocks most efficiently. Then will be P, then will be D and then will be F. So copy this somewhere and I will give you the rules for 3s and 3p electron. First point under the rules. Write the electronic configuration. Write the electronic configuration of the element. Write the electronic configuration of the element in the following order and group them as. So see, when I am grouping them, I am not following any above rule here. Now, whatever is the first shell orbitals, I will group it together. Whatever are the second shell orbitals, we will group it together. Whatever are the third shell orbitals, we will group it together. This way the groups will come. I am not following any above rule. I am just following shell wise. So shell wise, first shell has only 1s, second will have 2s, 2p, third will have 3s, 3p, 3d, 4 will have 4s, 4p, 4d, 4f, and 5 also, or all 4. G though doesn't exist, right? So no question of G. But yes, here from 4, we will group D and F separately, as the rules are different for D and F. Wow, what is happening? Eraser is not erasing. Yes. So 4S, 4P and then 4D, 4F. And in case of 5, it will be 5S, 5P and 5D, 5F and this way. So did you understood how to group it? Yeah, that is D in third is kept in the same. Or you can write this way also. So separate out S and P in one group and D and F in one group. Okay, and no energy levels to be checked here. What is first orbital, what is second orbital, what is third orbital, that way. Outermost thing. Okay, so first is like you put your electrons and arrange them this way, is the first thing. Second point, so I'll give you some numbers now. So now see the whole thing. Suppose I want to calculate, now I'll have to take an example and show you how do we calculate. There is an electron present here and I want to calculate screening on this electron. Tell me which electron will contribute to screening and which electron won't contribute to screening. So from here towards nucleus will contribute, and from here whatever are the outer electrons, they will not contribute to screening. Is this concept clear to you? So if this 3 is here in this group right now, then all the groups that I have written, this side will contribute to screening, and whatever are there, this side will not contribute to screening. This is basic. So you can calculate on any electron. Does not mean only on last electron you will calculate. If you are calculating it on a second shell electron, then whatever is between that electron and nucleus will contribute to screening. All the other electrons which you see on the right hand side will not contribute to screening. Did you understood this? So that is what I make you write in the next point. Electrons to the right of NS and NP group So this is right. Electrons to the right of NS and NP group are not effective in screening the NS or NP electrons. Are not effective in screening the NS and NP electrons and contribute nothing to sigma So if I am talking about electron present in 3s and 3p, then all the groups which are present on the right hand side won't contribute anything. But this and this will contribute. Is this clear? So what is my NS and NP right now? 3s and 3p. I am talking about third shell S and third shell P. So my NS and NP right now in the example that I am giving is 3s and 3p. Is this clear? So I'll first give you how much the electrons of this shell will contribute to screening, then inner shell and still inner shell. So write down the next point. All electrons in NS and NP group, all electrons in NS and NP group contribute. So this is the third point you are writing. All electrons in NS and NP group contribute to the extent of 0.35 each. 0.35 each to the screening constant. And into bracket write down except for 1s for which the value is except for 1s for which the value is 0.30. Bracket complete. So I'll tell you how to use this. Okay. In simple words, meaning is, so suppose it is 3s2 3p6. Okay. And I'm counting screening on any one electron of this group. Then other 5 will contribute how much? 0.35 each. So 5 into 0.35 will be the screening by the remaining 5 electrons of the same group. Did you understood? Something like this we will go on counting. Next point, point number 4. So same shell, N shell, this is the contribution. Next point, all the electrons in n minus 1 shell, all the electrons in n minus 1 shell contribute 0.85 each. So contribution for n minus 1 shell is 0.85. What is the meaning now? If I am counting on the 3s3p, my n minus 1 is 2s2p. So the electrons in 2s2p will contribute how much? 0.85 more. Okay, so if it is 2s2 2p6, there are 8 electrons. So how much is the screening coming from them? 8 into 0.85. One more number will come. Getting it? Okay. Then write the phi rule, fifth rule. So this is for n minus 1. So I am talking about 3, then n minus 1 is 2. And write the next. All the electrons in n minus 2 or lower, all the electrons in n minus 2 or lower contribute 1 each to screening. So this is n minus 2 or lower, contribute 1 each to screening. So if it is 3, then n minus 2 is 1 and there is nothing lower. But had it been 4, then n minus 2 becomes 2 and 1. So anything n minus 2 or lower you have, how much is the contribution? 1. So right now it will be 1s2 and contribution from n minus 2 will be 2. Getting it? So if I want to calculate on a electron from third shell, okay, what it will be, see, from the third shell on one electron, the other 5 will contribute 0.35. So 5 into 0.35. From the n minus 1, that is the second shell, there are 8 electrons, they will contribute 0.85. And from n minus 2, that is the first shell, I am just having 2 electrons, they will contribute 1. Getting it? So how much this will be? I'll have to calculate, I'll have to add, and that total is my sigma. That much is the nuclear charge getting screened. Now based on whatever is the atomic number, you minus that, that will be the effective nuclear charge. Are you getting it? This kind of calculations. Okay, so how much it will be? Let us finish this. So 5 into 0.35, how much will be? Yes. So this will be 1.75, then 8 into 0.85, 6.8, right? And this will be simply 2. So when I add this, what will come? 8.8, 10 point? Okay. So I'm still talking about, say, calcium. Then how much is the screening received by third shell? 10.55. If I'll calculate for fourth, it will be further more. So calcium has up to fourth. I'm calculating on this, not on fourth. I'm calculating on a third shell electron right now. And I can calculate on any shell electron with this. Getting it? Okay, tomorrow I'll also show you last. Today I started with this. So it is plus 20 in the nucleus. But how much is getting screened? 10.55. So how much is reaching in a 10th shell? 9.45 only, third shell. Getting it? So formula is this. Effective nuclear charge is Z minus sigma. So if right now effective nuclear charge I want to calculate, it will be 20 minus 10.55. That will be effective received by which electron? Third shell. If it is for second shell, number will be different. If it is for fourth shell, number will be different. And this is how we can understand with a number how much is the effective nuclear charge. Did you understood this? So that's it for today. We will go ahead with this. I still have to give you half rules for ND and NF. All that tomorrow. And you can take your paper and leave. I'll just finish my tea. I'm here only. Which 5, bacha? Bacha, there are 6 electrons. No, there should be 7. Wait. Just a minute. Get back on the board. One error here. There are totally 8 electrons here. So it should be 7 into, not 5 into. This should be 7 here. Remaining 7 will screen. So I'll have to add 0.7 in this. So it will be 2.25 here. .75 plus 0.7 will be not 25. This will be 2.45 coming here, and this will change by 0.7 again. So 10.55 plus 7. Because on one electron, remaining 7 will screen. You are counting on 1, so other 7 will screen. No. So 7, not 5. So this will be, let me do it, 10.55 plus 0.7 kitna hota hai? 5 and 2.5. Yeah. So make a change. This is 11.25.
One electron is there and the other electrons are screening this charge.
Yeah, of the same shell. And inner all will screen, no? But of the same shell, you can't count that electron. It can't screen itself. How much in chemistry? 46, no? I'm correct, no?